listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Finals action is now asunder, and welcome to East Ringwood Recreation Reserve this afternoon for the start of the Division 3 finals. And this afternoon we've got a mouth-watering clash. It's the elimination final between the Basin taking on Upper Ferntree Gully. Both these sides have really made great inroads in season 2025 and have been rewarded with their first finals appearance in quite a few years. Good afternoon, my name is Wayne Brasher, and joining me on pre-match this afternoon are two of the most young and learned gentlemen that are rising through our ranks, and it's a good afternoon to Chris Cordes and Jared Beanland. Good afternoon, gents.
Thank you, Brash. It's certainly a very shining introduction for the likes of ourselves, but no, thank you. Happy to be here, and like you said, it's a very tantalising game of footy we have ahead of us, and I'm excited to dive into it.
Yeah, g'day Brash, g'day Chris, and to all the listeners as well. It's finals time now in the East, and I'm really looking forward to this one. Two teams that I think we were not necessarily expecting all that much from at the start of the year. However, they've made it this far, and there are a couple of wild cards in this final series. Whichever one goes through today could cause some damage if they are let off the leash in future weeks. Yeah,
and you look at both these sides. Like I said, they've coming. The Basin. Disappointing season, they got relegated, so you really don't know how they're going to react. But they've come back and they've hit back hard, and and at the start of the season you would have thought, no, I didn't actually have them penciled in for a finals appearance, but they've gradually got better. Whereas with Upper Ferntree Gully, I actually thought that they've been threatening over the last 12 to 18 months. They put in some performances last season that suggested that their stocks were going to turn, and this year it has come to fruition, and they've been very unlucky in some of those games. They actually could be sitting in that qualifying final match instead of the elimination final today.
They absolutely could have, and I think a couple of those results you're referring to, the Donvale and the Scoresby ones, two crucial games. Of course, they went down by only single digits in both of them, which on paper looks good for them. However, it's a bit of a shame that they couldn't overcome those wins and take the place of, say, a Knox or something in the qualifying final today against Scoresby.
Both Chris Fletcher and Joel Perry will be joining us very shortly throughout the broadcast. But gents, whilst they're coming through, we'll quickly go through yesterday's results. We'll quickly start at Division 4. And Division 4, Bulleen Templestowe were so close to their first finals appearance, but they faltered in the last quarter and were just overrun by Kilsyth. Kilsyth were behind the 8 ball for most of the afternoon, but rallied when it really counted, and they won 8-13-61 to Bulleen Temp 8-4-52, gents. But nonetheless, a successful year for Bulleen Temp and something they can build on for season 26. Yeah,
it's a great point, and I was looking through the results throughout the day, and we saw Bulleen Templestowe, and it was you kind of get that warm feeling because you think that it's their first season in the Eastern Football Netball League, and we kind of saw them. I think at the halfway point throughout the season, they only had 2 wins to their name, but we said this is a side that as they learn more about the teams that they're playing and the grounds that they're playing on, that they can really pick up some scalps. And I don't think any one of us really expected them to make a charge like they did towards the end of the season, but it's just a shame that they fell a bit short.
Yeah, and look, it's always it would have been a fairy tale, but look, it gives them something to go with. And we'll talk just quickly after we welcome our first guest this afternoon, and it's the coach of the Upper Ferntree Gully Football Club, and we haven't had him on at all this year in any of our podcasts. And it's a very warm welcome to Chris Fletcher. Good afternoon, Chris.
G'day, boys. How are you going?
Good, thank you. I was just saying in my opening comments that I think the season 2024 was a bit of a breakout year for the club, where they started to make some steps, and I think this year they've actually gone a little bit more and improved a bit more. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, certainly. Last year the boys won 6 games and showed signs during the year that they were maturing and taking some steps forward, and to their credit, they all stuck fat over the pre-season, worked really, really hard and address some areas that they wanted to improve on. Had some pretty open and honest discussions about where we wanted to head as a football club, and then it was early November we started going to work on what we wanted to become, and built that up over the number of weeks to get to this point where we are today.
If some of the results had gone your way throughout the season, especially in the latter half of the season, you probably could be actually playing in the qualifying final this afternoon with the double chance.
Yeah, look, that's the way it goes though. I think, to be fair, everyone that we've played against so far this year, we've shown signs of improvement, and that's been what we've been worried about all season, has just been having that consistent improvement. And look, we can sit there and think about the what ifs and the could have beens and all that sort of stuff, but on the day, the reality is we weren't good enough. We made too many mistakes in crucial stages of the game that ended up costing us goals, which in the end of the result, that's what happens, and that's where you finish where you're supposed to finish, and the ladder doesn't lie, I guess, in the end. Yeah,
it's a good point you raise, and just to piggyback off what Brash was saying, the form going into today, obviously in the last 3 weeks you have played Donville and you have played Scoresby. Now, results aside, how important is it going into finals to kind of have those tough games against teams that you'll probably meet in the postseason to really make sure that your side's ready?
Look, I think for us, the exciting part of it was, even though we didn't get the results we probably all would have liked to get, it showed the boys that if we play the brand of football that we want to play and what we know are our strengths, that it's measurable against anybody in the division, and that gives the boys a lot of belief. We know that we've obviously got a lot of growth and a lot of development to come, and whatever result happens today, regardless, we know that there's still plenty of work to be done, and we know that this is a stepping stone to the direction of where we want to get the club to go. But again, the results showed the boys that our best is good enough, but we still have areas of work we need to improve on, and we need to go to work on that, whether that be next week or next year. It doesn't matter. We've got to continue to build and continue to improve. So we got a lot of confidence out of those close results. We got a lot of growth out of the second half of the year, even though some of those results didn't go our way. But we're learning a lot about ourselves, and it's holding us in good stead going forward, I think. Yeah,
excellent. And in terms of this game or this matchup, really, that we've got ahead of us today, obviously, these two sides met twice throughout the season, the last one being in round 13. How much can you take out of those games? Obviously, do you look at them and think there are certain things that we want to implement and that we want to replicate, or are you looking at it and saying that's maybe a bit too far in the past now for us to really take something off?
Oh, look, both times we've played the Basin, they've been two really good contests, really tight, hard-fought contests. We know what we're going to get out of the Basin today, we think. They're a very good contested side. They very good around the football. They've got a lot of very, very good players, and they're very, very evenly balanced. They've come into the finals in some really good form also, and they've made the second half of the year a real strength of theirs, and we know that it's going to be a challenge today. I think, like you would expect in most finals, it's going to be a hot contest, and it's just whether or not we're up for it for a longer period of time than they are, and that's all we can hope for today, that the boys, when they go out, they're prepared to roll the sleeves up and go to work like they should.
Given that we haven't seen Upper Ferntree Gully much this year, Chris, in terms of as a media team, I really want to know, sort of, since it's your first year at the club, who has surprised you this year in terms of the list, and how, I don't know, how they've come along, how they've improved throughout the year, and, someone you might be hoping to have a good final series?
Yeah, we've when I got to the club, I put a real big, strong focus around the development of the youth. Like we said earlier, boys won 6 games last year, but the previous 2 before that, there was only 1 win and a real drop in the club's confidence. And when I had a look at the list, I knew that the under-19s obviously won the grand final last year, and they lost the grand final in 2023. So I knew that there was a good crop of talent coming through. And we just wanted to back that in as much as possible, and we're starting to see some of the fruits of that labour starting to prosper now. And across the board, there's been some real growth in those kids. I've been really, really impressed with kids like Isaac and Bailey McDonald as well, Jacob Basin. They're all still Isaac's first year out of 19s, but between Brody Wilson, Isaac and Jacob, they're still eligible for under-19s. So we know that we've got, a good group of kids coming through, and then obviously, players like Brock and Jack and Bailey Alden's their first year out of 19s, and there is a couple of others, but it puts us in, a really good shape going forward, and whatever outcome results in today, we know that gives the kids real good grounding going forward and something they can draw on to spur them on to continue improve.
Absolutely. You mentioned Jacob Bates, and can you tell me a bit about the Bateson boys? Since from what I remember, they've come with you from Beaconsfield to Upper Ferntree Gully because you were an assistant coach at Beaconsfield last year.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Tell me a bit about those guys. It's cool to see them follow you along to the Kings.
Yeah, no, look, I was coaching at Monbolk Footy Club previous to my 1 year at Beaky as an assistant. I spent, I think, 6 years at Monbolk under the tutelage of Andrew Williams, who's now coaching at Berwick. Learned a lot there. He was fantastic for my development, and that's where the Bateson boys come from. And took across the boys when I went to Beaconsfield last season. Macca had a really good year. Jacob played under 19s last year, and was really lucky to have that relationship where they were willing to back me and support me in my move coming to Upper Gully, and then obviously Jacob and Macca's father Garth is on our coaching committee as well, and it's really good. They're good players, they're quality people, and they're a quality family. And Mac has obviously played a fair bit of senior footy now. This is Jacob's first year at it. But they've been really good for the club, and the club's been really good for them as well. That's
great. And also, given that you've come down from a Division 1 club to a Division 3 club, does that help you with setting certain standards that Upper Ferntree Gully might have not been considering before, or is there a different sort of touch of culture that you're trying to bring to Upper Ferntree Gully from that higher level?
Yeah, it's really interesting. When I sat down and chatted with Upper Gully before I was appointed, one of the things we discussed was the vision the club had where they wanted to go, and it aligned with my values in football as well. They wanted to continually improve and see where it takes them. They knew they had some good young talent around the place, and they wanted to continue to develop that. And we sort of sat down and come up with a strategy to where we want to get to, and regardless of what happens today, that continues to grow and continues to develop, and we'll continue to work on that. But it was just, we sat down and we sort of talked through a plan and expectations, and I'm a big believer that the players, it's their career. We've had ours as coaches. We've played for 20 odd years in senior footy and really enjoyed that, but now it's about us passing on what we know and trying to help them get out of their career what they want to get out of it. So it was about channeling what direction they wanted to go in, working with them to build their careers and their season this year, and then going to work on their strengths and their weaknesses, and what kind of footballers they want to become, and the rest will sort of fall into line and take care of itself. We try to give them the tools to be what they want to be, but at the end of the day, if they don't want to do the work, it doesn't matter what we say we want to do or don't want to do. It comes down to the buy-in from them, and to the players' credit, they've been fantastic this year, and we've had all the list recommit for next year, which is really, really exciting. It leaves us in a good spot going forward. So it's a good place to be around at the moment.
Finally, Chris, Buster Titan and Travis Staines have had fantastic seasons so far. Who are some of the other guys or some of the other players that our listeners can look for this afternoon that could have an influence on the game?
Look, for me, certainly Travis Strange has had a really consistent year for us this season. He's really set a strong standard right from the start of pre-season, really. Very fit, runs very hard all day. He's a player worth keeping an eye on. Young Brody Wilson slicks down in the forward line.
Yep.
He's a live wire, got plenty of energy. Obviously, Mac has had a really consistent season, but Jack Harrop as well, down back. I think Jack's probably, one of the real good stories of our footy club this year, come across from Roval under 19s, and he's fitted really, really well into the system, and you can just see him growing week in, week out. So they're the players I'm really excited for today. They get their opportunity in finals footy, and that's why we play.
Well, Chris, thank you very much for giving up your time this afternoon. I know it's only the first time that we've had you on the EFNL Game Day, but you've impressed us with your knowledge and what you've given us this afternoon. So hopefully for you at 5 o'clock this afternoon, Upper Gully have won the game and are progressing into the first semi-final next weekend.
No worries. Thanks very much, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Fletcher, the coach from Upper Ferntree Gully. Really good, and it was great to have him on because we haven't had Upper Ferntree Gully on this year, and he seems very well credentialed to actually take that side on, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's very well spoken. I enjoyed his in-depth answers to our questions, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these players that he was talking about as well, because we see them pop up in the best, like your Travis Strange, like your Jack Harrop. I want to see them play. A Buster Todd as well, excellent ruckman, probably the best in the division.
Yeah, and the thing is, like you said, there's been a really good buy-in, and I think that's really important. And the fact is, the one thing I did pick up on was the fact that he said that there's still quite a few of these young men that are eligible for under-19s. Well, that's a good sign because those blokes can actually still assimilate with the 19s that are coming up and say, listen, if you put in the hard work, you're going to be playing with me in the next year or two. So that sort of gives these other younger guys, at least it gives them some players of their own, what do you call it, their own age distribution, Chris, so that when they come into the side, they're not going to be overawed by all these senior players with reputations, would you? And I think that's a good dynamic for a young club coming through.
No, 100% agree, Brash. At any sport, at any club, at any level, really, it's important that those players that are coming through the younger age group see that pathway forward and see that there is a pathway for them into the season, into the senior team. Look, like you said, if they work hard and they put in the effort and they get caught up to the seniors, of course, it's going to be a much less intimidating environment given that you've got those blokes there that that you've played with and that you've trained with in the past, and you've got some familiar faces, because it means that not only is it more familiar for those players coming into the senior team, but I think it also creates a bit of a tighter connection, a closer connection between the senior team and the under-19s and also the reserves, that a lot of the players know each other, and that's the culture that you want to bring to the club, and it's something that Chris Fletcher mentioned before, and like we said, that club culture, building that togetherness, and it goes to show that, like you said, they've had practically all of their list commit to next season because, Upper Ferntree Gully is clearly a place where people want to be.
That's right. It's a bit like building a media team, isn't it? You've got to bring the young ones through, and they gain the experience because people like me aren't going to be around forever. You know what I mean? When I pass the baton on, at least I'm passing it on to learned gentlemen that know what they're talking about and what the game's all about. I've got a feeling that when we speak to Joel Perry, I'm almost thinking we might get some very similar sort of storylines out of him as well. But that's the thing. I think what's the most intriguing part of this game, even before both the sides take the park this afternoon, that both sides are young. Both sides are going to make mistakes because both these sides are actually going to be learning something today. But it's just going to come down to who makes the least mistakes, I reckon. Yeah,
you're just about right there, I think, Brash. It's unfamiliar territory for a lot of these players. It's been a long time since the Basin's last finals series up in Division 2 and Upper Ferntree Gully. Couldn't tell you when they last made a final series, to be honest, in any division. This is, as I said, unfamiliar territory for a lot of these players. So the pressure's going to be on. They know the cameras are going to be there, perhaps. That might get into their, between their ears a little bit. And final series, it's do or die at the moment.
You do look at Upper Gully, and whilst Chris was talking about some of the young guys, I mean, we did talk about Travis Strange and Buster Todd, but there's a few other senior players. Rory Bailey in the forward line, he's going to be really important this afternoon. Adrian Catalano has been at the club for a long time, so his influence around the contest is going to be important. And Jordan Nuku also has been around quite a while, so they do have a blend of experience, right?
And that could be very important with that on-field leadership, settling some nerves, settling some players down. The Basin are not without their experienced players either. However, I think their list profile, at least for today, is just like quite a bit more on the younger side from what I'm looking at.
If I'm looking for a potential matchup, I've got a feeling that from what I've noticed and watched, I'm actually thinking that I'm thinking that Thomas Edwards might go head-to-head with Travis Strange in the midfield this afternoon. I think that's going to be a very fascinating battle because I think both sides will want to establish supremacy in that centre clearance area very early to try and sow the seeds of doubt. What do you think about that sort of analogy?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting concept for sure. These players, strong midfielders for certain for the Basin and upper Ferntree Gully, and I'll definitely be looking out for that matchup from the boundary line. I don't know, like, what do you think about it, Chris? I haven't seen too much of either player, to be honest.
No, it's a good point, and it's one of those things where it's not going to decide the contest by itself, but it's going to go a long way.
Exactly.
And I think if you see a matchup as influential as that is with those two players of that ilk, and especially how influential they are for their sides, it's really one where if you can, win the first individual battle, or maybe just start to get that foot in the door, and maybe start to get that extra bit of wood over your opponent, then the rest of your teammates can feed off that and say, well, he's going in hard, he's winning his individual battles, I'm going to do the same because I want to back him up. And it also works the other way. If you see one of your guys out there, one of your more influential players that are maybe breaking even or struggling a bit, it forces the others in the team to really step up and take a bit more of a role on. So it's definitely going to go a long way in the momentum of the matchup today and the momentum of the match, but I don't think that it's going to be the be-all and end-all.
No, and also probably the other matchup that probably springs to my mind is the ruck duel between Ethan Power and Buster Todd. So look, I think that I think that's going to be a very intriguing matchup in the ruck as well. It is a very, very interesting matchup. Really, it's probably the right matchup for both these sides. Would you think, rather than both these sides playing maybe like a Scoresby or a
even a Knox?
Yeah, it could, because it could result in either they could have got blown off the park if they played those two sides. Not saying that and that's not showing both these sides any disrespect, but those top three sides for the majority of the season have been the standout three sides, and like we alluded to with Chris, they could have been in that top three, but he was philosophical and saying, well, we didn't deserve to win, and we ended up finishing where we're finishing. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise, especially for these two sides today.
Yeah, well, I find that very interesting that he did say that, because looking at their results, obviously the Donvale and the Scoresby game, to lose by less than a kick each. A lot of the time we've had teams even in the top five playing those top two sides, and we've kind of just given them almost like a mulligan and just written them off, saying, well, not many teams are going to be able to beat Scoresby or Donvale this season. So I think, especially from Chris Fletcher's perspective, I think the fact that they had that run in will hold them in good stead, because they'll learn a lot more about each other. But in terms of the context of this game, and like you said, Brash, I think you're right. It is I think the correct matchup to really see what these two teams are like, not only for this game and for the 2025 season, but also going into next season, what we can expect from these two sides, because these will be two teams where likely, unless one of them win the flag, they'll be looking at each other saying, from a Basin perspective, they'll be looking and saying, I think we can match and even go above Upper Ferntree Gully next season, and vice versa. I think Upper Ferntree Gully will be looking at it and saying, the Basin's a game that maybe we should be winning, and we should be looking to stay, maybe a spot or two above. So we know that we're going to have Donvale and Scoresby, one of them up the top next season.
Yeah.
But for these guys, you look at these two teams, and Knox have been very up and down. So for the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully, I think these are two sides that we're going to look at in 2026, and whenever we do our ladder predictors or throughout the season or whatever, I think these are going to be two of the benchmark sides in Division 3.
And the other thing too, Jared, look, and Knox have been injury riddled this year, and they probably haven't been going as well as what they would like. And I still think and I believe that they still are a little down on manpower heading into today's clash. If either one of these sides win today and Knox, and they have to face Knox, I think they'd probably go in there thinking they're in with a chance if Knox can't put their best side on the park.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier when I was talking about both of these teams as being a bit of a wild card. Whoever wins here today, and I think it's a fairly even matchup between these two, they definitely have the ability to go on and potentially defeat a Knox in a semi-final, just given that I think when you've got such youth on both sides here, momentum is going to be such an important factor from week to week. If they go into, obviously they'll go into next week with a win, whoever wins here. That's going to build something. That's going to, they've won a final, they have that belief, and potentially struggling Knox side coming into that final, potentially after a loss against Scoresby, they'll be a little bit more down on form. And the Basin or Upper Ferntree Gully, they're coming in with momentum, and they can push it and potentially go to a prelim.
We'll park this conversation before Joel Perry comes on. Let's just quickly go through some more results from yesterday. Warrandyte 15-12, 102. They sealed their finals spot with a win over Croydon North Lemlock, who once again they've fallen agonisingly short. 15-12, 102, 10-7, 67. Unfortunately for Croydon, they played basically one bad quarter of football, and that was all she wrote. Even though they didn't throw in the towel in the second half, they kept coming, but they just couldn't overcome that second quarter, Jared.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for Croydon North. You just saw in that second quarter, Warrandyte, they got too many numbers to the ball. I feel like Croydon North's defenders got caught out of position. They started to learn a little bit about how to counter Appleby by putting another man in front of him, but still couldn't stop him from kicking those, I think, 6 goals. It's disappointing for Croydon North, no doubt, but they'll take a lot from this season. They're coming into next season with a bit more momentum. Every year has been an improvement upon the last, and that's where you want to be for one of these Division 4 teams that a few years ago they were getting smashed by 100, 150 points every week. So they're no longer the wallflower of Division 4.
And finally, Chris, I'll let you comment on this game. Whitehorse Pioneers once again all set themselves up for another final series with a 68-point win. It's a regulation 68 win over Forest Hills, who finished the season without a win, which is disappointing for them. But the final score was Whitehorse 12-19-91, defeating Forest Hills 3-5-23.
Yeah, and like I said, it's unfortunate for Forest Hill to go throughout the season without a win, but I've been really impressed by Whitehorse, especially in the second half of this season. When we've been sitting down and doing our weekend recovery podcast or looking through the results or whatever it may be, there's been a whole range of teams that have been, second on the ladder throughout Division 4, and we've been looking at it and saying, okay, well, probably Warrandyte's a team to challenge Chirnside Park, or, probably Kilsythe's a team to challenge Chirnside Park. But a name that didn't really come up an awful lot was Whitehorse Pioneers, and I think they've trended really nicely throughout the season. They've just kind of done what they had to do. They kept picking up wins, and if they lost the game, didn't let it become a skid. They got right back on the horse, and I think it's really encouraging for them to see, because now that outright second, it wasn't just on percentage or on match ratio. They deserve to be there. And they've got some nice pieces in there. We saw when we were down there for the match of the round a month or so ago, they've Tom Dunoff, halfback, who was great in playing as a spare in defence and setting up their offence, but also Horvat going forward, and then a list of players throughout the middle that can really affect the game. So although Chirnside Park have been by far and clear the benchmark of this competition, I think Whitehorse have done really well and done a service to themselves to get into second and now set up what could be a really exciting final series for them. Well,
and obviously Chirnside Park, their bogey game comes up next week, and it's something they're going to have to overcome. And Whitehorse is not a side. Whitehorse is a side that knows how to spoil the party as well. So that's going to be an interesting contest. Let's quickly start going through Division 2. This probably game didn't have much in terms of ladder position, but we had the draw between East Burwood 11-10 and Surrey Park 10-16. Look, I'll summarise this one saying there really wasn't that much riding on it. East Burwood had secured their spot for Division 2 again next season. Surrey Park, I think really in essence, I'm not going to say they've overachieved in terms of what they've done. I'll say they've overachieved on the number of wins I thought they would have and where they sit in the ladder. I thought they'd be sitting between 5th and 6th, but they've got themselves a double chance, which is going to be important for them during the final series. Mulgrave, Ray Baird seems to think that Templestowe have just basically crawled to the line a little bit towards the final series. And they beat Mulgrave yesterday by 19 points. Templestowe 12-12, 84. Mulgrave 9-11, 65. And the reason why he says that, he thinks that Wantirna South has got the better form heading into this final series. What are both your thoughts quickly on this game?
Yeah, well, I tip Mulgrave. I think they've been in some good form, and credit to them, because my one criticism of them all season has been that, they haven't really matched it with the top sides. But I still think Templestowe are hot in their driver's seat. Obviously, we saw them pretty much dismantle Wantirna South when those two sides met in the top of the table clash. But
I can't forget about that game, Chris.
No, neither can I. That was probably the most excited I've been for a matchup in the match of the round, and was very disappointing on that day. But look, I just think Templestowe have been in the position all season where they've defined themselves as a benchmark week in and week out. And I think, although they haven't been as exhilarating as excellent as we've seen them being throughout the season, when you're so successful throughout the first 15, 16 rounds of the season, you can probably afford to take a foot off. Or I don't know if they've been resting some players or whatnot, but obviously you don't want to take a foot off and take that casual aspect of the game into finals. But I don't think it's a lot. I think they'd have to do a lot worse than beating the 4th place or 5th place side. I think Mulgrave's beating the 4th place side to really raise alarm bells after the domination that they've had this season.
Yeah, they've got a whole week off now to reset their mentality, if that is something that they need doing.
And
they're coming into it pretty.
And Daniel Cooper gets another week just to make sure that he gets completely over his ailment. He came back into the side yesterday.
Yep.
Ringwood finished their season off they had a better half of the second half of the better half. In the second half of the season, they beat Lilydale 10-9, 69, defeating Lilydale 6-7, 43. Probably not much to talk about there, but Ringwood, like I said, I think they'll be better for the year. Some of their young players will have got the necessary experience, and they'll lock up and load and come back again in season 26.
Yep.
Waverley Blues, very up and down season, and look, I don't want to go too harsh on them for the pure and simple reason is I just don't think they'll never say it, but I really reckon they're missing playing at their home ground.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, isn't it?
I just sort of feel like it's like it's your spiritual ground. It's a ground that you feel comfortable with, and they've never really taken no comfort at playing at Central. They turn around and say, well, we've got to play somewhere. But, look, I just sort of feel that when you're playing away and you're not playing at your home on a regular basis like Baronia did this year, I think it does affect your psyche.
I can imagine it would.
I mean, it won't help. I think there's definitely been other factors.
Is that giving them too many excuses?
I don't think totally. Like, obviously, it doesn't help that they've been away from like you said, their traditional home ground. But I think with the Waverley Blues, obviously they went into the season with a fairly young list again, and it's in any sport or any level, you're going with young sides, and you're going to face a bit of inconsistency, and that's what they've seen. So I've been on record plenty of times saying I really want to see them take that next step and that jump. It didn't come this season, but I'm very excited to see what they can do next season, because like I said, hopefully they get back to their home turf. But also, I don't feel like this list is a long way off in terms of competing in Division 2. I feel like you can just get 2 or 3 fairly more experienced players going in, and then the youngsters that have done so well this season can build off that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they take a big jump next season and really cement themselves as a finals contender, or even maybe a premiership contender. Maybe that's too far to go without seeing what their list will look like, but I don't think they're too far off it at all. But on the other side of things, credit to Heathmont. I mean, after a dismal start, it has to say, which had us all scratching our heads, they brought it back, and they, like I said, you're not going to win premierships in May or April, so they got right at the right time, and they come in with some nice form at 5th, so credit to them as well.
Yeah, so they won 9-9-63 to Waverley Blues 6-8-44. And in the last game, Wantirna South absolutely eviscerated Croydon to the tune of 111 points. 22-15, 147 to Croydon, 5-6-36. And I've said this many times throughout the year, and I'm just hoping Rhett Jordan listens to me. They've got the best defensive unit in the competition in Division 2, Croydon. They've got to get out there during the pre-season and find themselves a key forward.
Yep.
Because all the work that this back line is doing, they're not getting any reward for effort for it. So, and the fact is that Rhett's just come back into the side, and he was their number one goal kicker, and you know, from previous year, and I think it's a bit hard to ask him to carry the forward line, Jared.
You're absolutely right, and very disappointing year for Croydon, unfortunately. I think as a team, they haven't looked too bad at times throughout the year. They've been able to take it up to some of the top teams, but when they have a bad day, they have a really bad day. On the other side of the fence, I do wonder if Wantirna South, I mean, that's an enormous victory, 111 points. I wonder if they had a point to prove a little bit. The last couple of games, they drew with Mulgrave last week. Waverley Blues got them by 1 point the week before. It really feels like Wantirna South had like a bit of an axe to grind.
It's like a revenge win, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. And to come into the final series with that sort of win, with that sort of momentum and belief, especially in someone like a Liam Hewitt kicking 8 goals. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be huge for them coming up against a Surrey Park team. Yeah,
well, it's certainly a get-right game from their perspective. And well done to them, because they've really been, I think, the surprise of not only the Division 2, but really the EFNL in general, I think, across all divisions, because I don't think anyone expected them to be as successful as they have been in this home and away season. But yeah, like we said, on the other side of things, I mean, Croydon, since we saw them in round 11 for the match of the round against Heathorn, they won 1 of their last 7 games. So,
yeah.
We need to see them build that forward line a bit as well, because I think they've got some really good young pieces in there in the form of Joel Jobling and Andrew Fasanel and Blake Podesta up top, and there's some guys that won an under 19.5s grand final not too long ago, or last year or the year before, I think I was calling it. So they've got some good pieces up there, but like you said, it's a heavy burden to bear to put on those youngsters to kind of carry your attack.
Let's go to Div 1. South Belgrave, they fell in by 3 points after Montrose had a barnstorming finish. That game finished 18-10, 118, defeating Montrose 18-7, 115. And for most of the afternoon, Montrose were behind the 8 ball, but it was almost like the last hurrah. They've thrown everything but the kitchen sink at it, and they've just fallen agonisingly short. And in losing that game, they've played themselves out of the finals, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, well, we saw...
Jared, you're shaking.
It's honestly tragic. I mean, to come up against South Belgrave, who had only lost at North Ringwood once, that was their only defeat this season. Montrose coming that close. They kicked 14 goals in the second half. Yeah. They as you say, Brash, they threw absolutely everything at it. They would have done it for Ayresy. It's such a high-scoring game as well. Would have been incredibly entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
And they took a shot at the King to try and find that their path into August, into August and September, the final series, with the shot at overtaking North Ringwood had they won that game, and it tragic end, I think, to a fast finishing season for Montrose.
Gentlemen, a goal on the siren by Jet Hartman for Mooroolbark have sunk Baronia's double chance of a double chance here, double chances, because Mooroolbark 10-7-67 have knocked over Boronia 9-10-64, and Boronia now consigned to the elimination final next week, when they were probably thinking 2 weeks ago after their losses between to Park Orchards and South Belgrave that they would have been able to safely negotiate these last 2 rounds, but they've been done in at the last gasp, Jared.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it, Chris? Do you feel like that they're running out of steam towards the end of this season as the rigours of Division 1 sort of got into Boronia after, a couple of divisions having it a lot their own way. A couple of years having it a lot their own way in Division 2.
I still think there's energy in the side because the previous week, Jared, they amassed 428 disposals against Norwood. So I wouldn't say, in my opinion, that it was that they would have run out of steam. I don't know whether mentally. I got a feeling, taking nothing away from Mooroolbark, Chris, I reckon it was something. I think it was more the mental side of the game from Boronia yesterday that might have brought them undone. Yeah,
it definitely could have been. Credit to Mooroolbark. I mean, they've played the role of the party poopers a few times this season. But yeah, I mean, Boronia, like we said, I mean, they'll never. Personally, I didn't think they were going to cruise through this division like they did. As they did last year and all. But I mean. Although you said, they did really well against Norwood, last week.
But everyone's been doing well.
That's the thing. We can't really judge them based on how they're doing against Norwood. So I think that means that Norwood win was their only win in their last 4 games, I think, going into this season. Albeit they are playing tough sides. Like, they did 5 games ago, they did beat North Ringwood, so that was credit to them. But, then they lose to Park Orchards and they lose a couple other games to teams like in and around them. But,
But they haven't had a really, in terms of... their season never really got off. I really reckon that bye at the start of the season, I reckon had a bit of a... I think it didn't really work well for them when everyone else has played there. They were always playing behind the 8-ball game by game for majority of the year. And I just sort of thought that that they finished... look, they've done exactly what we wanted to do. Gents, we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we'll reconsider and keep going on about today's big clash. You're listening to Radio Eastern 98.1, coming to you live via YouTube and Facebook all around the world. It's the big Division 3 elimination final contest between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. Don't go away.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the East Ringwood Recreation Reserve this afternoon, where it's the big Division 3 elimination final clash between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. And before we went to the break, Chris, we were talking in Division 1. Let's finally quickly go through the last couple of games between us. North Ringwood, they've, after Matt Price has taken over, he's guided them to their first final series. But they had to work. Bayswater made them earn it yesterday with a 26-point victory. North Ringwood 8-12-60 defeating Bayswater 5-4-34.
Yeah, well, absolute credit to North Ringwood. I mean, you know, they've been kind of in and around that competition for fifth spot a lot between them and Montrose. But I think it's been really encouraging to see them, you know, as the season wore on and towards the second part of the season. They've really put some nice footy together. And like we said, they're the only team to beat South Belgrave, and that was quite interesting to see, you know, that they were the team able to do that, because, you know, after Park Orchards or whoever else was there, you know, a lot of us thought that they were going to go the whole season undefeated. So from a North Ringwood perspective, it's very interesting to see. I'm really looking forward to them. I think for me in Division 1, they're kind of the team to watch to see how they do in finals, because, you know, I mean, there's a lot of storylines around here. Obviously, Baroni are in their first time in the new division. Park Orchards probably felt hard done by to not go up last season. So there's a few things like that, the storylines going on. But I'm really interested to see North Ringwood and what they can achieve, because, you know, if we're sat here in 2 weeks' time saying, well, gee, you know, the Saints picked up a scalp and you know, spoiled the party for another side, then, you know, I wouldn't be all too shocked, because I think there are some teams above them in Beaconsfield and Baroni that are there for the getting at the moment. All
right, let's quickly move on. We've got Premier to go through, but Beaconsfield, the gods were smiling upon them yesterday. They got beaten by Park Orchards 11-11-77 to Beaconsfield 9-5-59, and have been rewarded with the double chance. So Jared, quickly on Beaconsfield, they've had to work hard for their third spot, and yesterday they've come up once again against Park Orchards, who just seem a little bit above them.
They definitely do. However, I do think back to that round 9 clash where Park Orchards only got over them by the 1 point. It was a game that I was looking forward to, Beaconsfield v Park Orchards at Beaconsfield's home ground. I thought maybe the Eagles would have been able to get them there, but their form towards the end part of the season, they've just dropped off. It's not been the same as what it was right at the start, those first sort of 8 rounds or so. I do worry about Beaconsfield now taking on Park Orchards in that qualifying final, and then a potential semi-final v Baroni or North Ringwood. I'm not sure how much damage they're going to be able to do in the finals with the form that they're in, but, you know, they can always turn it around. They're a team that can switch gears and can get the game on their own terms.
And they've earned the double chance. So if they fluff their lines in the first round, they've got a chance. Gents, let's go into Premier Division. And the average winnings margin in Premier Division yesterday, believe it or not, was 7 points. That just shows you how close this competition was yesterday. And look, Noble Park 9-10-64 have ended Doncaster East's finals aspirations with a 5-point victory, gents. Doncaster East 9-5-59, and this game seesawed for the majority of the second half, and Noble Park have to win again next week, but at least they've got 1 foot in the top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And Doncaster East, I think one of the complaints that I've had them throughout the season is that they just fade out in some quarters. And unfortunately for them yesterday, that 1 quarter was the final quarter. I don't know. It would be a bit unforgivable to think about that if you're a Doncaster East fan, to just let Noble Park run over the top of you, especially with the list that Doncaster East has. They have a lot more height, I think, than Noble Park. They have a lot more body size, and they just weren't able to put those assets to use.
Chris, Vermont once again have defied their recent form, and they've kept themselves with a fleeting chance on percentage, but they've got a big assignment. They've got to beat Baldwin next week, but this week they took on South Croydon, who have been a bit of a nemesis for them in recent times, and they've won they've won by 8 points, 9-12-66. Beating South Croydon 9-4-58, and for the majority of the afternoon, or probably 2.5 to 3 quarters, South Croydon were in charge of this contest.
Yeah, well, it's definitely an interesting one. And look, I need to put my hand up and, kind of apologise to the people down at Vermont, because I've been saying for a while that, I think they're nowhere near finals and they've been way too inconsistent. But look,
I'll take your apology.
They've won the last 3 games, and credit to them, especially the East Ringwood game in there. But
well, I never thought they were going to win another game, and I said that on the podcast. I said they wouldn't win another game, and I keep saying it. They've made me look like a village idiot.
But look, it's a great win for them, of course. Probably a bit of a slim chance at the moment for them to make finals, but look, they've kept their chances alive, which is what they'd be hoping to do. But on the other hand, to South Croydon, it's a big loss, because now going into round 18, they host Noble Park, winning you're in pretty much for that game, so that's going to set up a massive round 18 clash out at Chelan Park.
Jared, Roval fell in yesterday, and I'm saying it from all reports and from the people that went and watched this game. They've basically said they fell over the line yesterday against Mitcham 10-11-71, Mitcham 10-10-70, and Roval's form leading into this final series is not looking all that good at the moment.
Oh, it's an interesting race for the 5th spot now between South Croydon, Noble Park and Vermont, because they're setting up to take on a Roval that are so vulnerable. They look so vulnerable now, and it's very disappointing. It must be very disappointing for the people down at Roval, because it's a season that they would have given themselves a shot at taking the premiership glory, and not only falling over the line in this game against Mitcham, it almost feels like they're falling over the line at the end of the season as well, to make it to that finals race. Mitcham, on the other hand, that's a heartbreaking loss. I really feel for them. It's been a hard year for them, and to take a scalp, to take a win in the back end of the season against Roval would have been such a great sort of little reward at the end of a tough year, but unfortunately they weren't able to get it done.
And the last couple of games, Berwick, for mine, if you're talking about the biggest improvers in Premier Division this year, Berwick have been that side, because in essence what they've actually done is they've actually, out of all the sides, they've actually shaped the futures of 2 of the top 5 sides of previous years, and basically put them out of the finals race with victories against those sides in recent times. And yesterday, once again, they were on the cusp of taking out the top dogs in Blackburn, but they've fallen agonisingly short away from home, which is even more meritorious. It was Blackburn 12-11-83 defeating Berwick 12-6-78. You have to say that if Berwick can recruit some very well from their area and from outside, you wouldn't be a brave man to think they couldn't play finals next year, would you?
It's an interesting prospect, tipping who's going to make the finals in Premier next year, because Berwick are putting themselves in that wild card slot very much, especially when they do have a very strong home ground advantage that will guarantee at least like 2 or 3 more wins than perhaps another team. They've improved so much. I think the thing that has impressed me is whenever I look at their stats on Premier Data, their pressure ratings are through the roof, and it just shows the endeavour, the hardness that they play the game with, and to take it up to the Goliath-like sides like Blackburn. It's been a heartening year for Berwick, no doubt.
It is very impressive to see, their progress throughout this season, but I think looking to next season, if we do want to tip them in as those finals contenders, I think they need to be a bit better away from home at the moment. I think obviously we know how good they are at Edwin Flack and how brilliant they are, but I think they need to be looking at those away games and starting to pick up a few more of those. But on the other side of things, Blackburn, have a season, guys. They've been absolutely brilliant. No one really expected them to be doing as well as they were. We also, we certainly expected them to do well and probably make finals, but no one thought they'd be first at the end of the season, especially. And not only to be first, but they'll probably end 2 games or a game clear at the end. So it's very impressive for them. And now, it's just a case of whether they can back it up in the finals.
All right, and I'll finish this one off. East Ringwood 10-11-71. beat Bowen 8-10-58. Both these sides will be playing each other in the qualifying final in 2 weeks' time. So this was a game more about psychological warfare for me, and who's going to hold the upper hand when they head into week one of the finals. Bowen's form has tapered off a little bit like it was last year. But that being said, come the finals, they're a different side. Quickly, gentlemen, before we get the call team today, the other Division 3 grand final qualifying final we've got is between Scoresby and Knox. Scoresby have had an unbelievable year, but their last month has been unbelievable. Knox, on the other hand, their season, like I said earlier, it's been riddled with injury and inconsistent form. I'm favouring Scoresby this afternoon. What about your thoughts, quickly?
Look, Knox, they banked their wins earlier in the season when they had a more full list, and it feels like the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully, they're coming into the final series with more momentum than Knox. It's hard for me to see Knox do, like on form at least, that much damage to this final series, and I think they will fall to Scoresby here today, or not here, but Scoresby, they just have so much quality across all lines.
And they've got a will to win, haven't they, Scoresby, that a lot of sides don't have, Chris?
Yeah, they've shown that they've had a killer instinct, so many times throughout this season, and they've been brilliant. Although Knox, have suffered a few unavailabilities and maybe a few injuries at times, I just think this one will be Scoresby, and I'm not sure that it will be all that close in the end. In all honesty, if you ask me, so yeah, I'll go Scoresby, which means that given that we've all tipped Scoresby, that would put Knox to play whoever is the winner in this one ahead of us, which I'm sure we'll get into soon as the Division 3 Reserves game is finished ahead of us. That was the Basin 16-3-99 over Knox 7-9-51. So the Basin book their spots in for another week of footy in their competition. So congratulations to the Bears in that one.
Well, gentlemen, that's pre-match done and dusted this afternoon. It's a shame we weren't able to get Joel Perry on the broadcast, but I'm sure we'll catch up with him in due course. But thank you for going through pre-match with me this afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm sure us three are going to enjoy the game that ensues for the majority of afternoon. But for now, thanks for joining us, and we're going to take a break now, and we're going to assemble the call team for the big clash this afternoon. It's Division 3 elimination final here at East Ringwood Reserve. It's the Basin versus Upper Ferntree Gully.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Where the call team is now assembled and calling the game this afternoon. Our two broadcast comm guys, and what a team we've put together for you this afternoon. And heading the team this afternoon is one of our senior broadcasters in Gav Casey. Good afternoon, Gav.
G'day, Brash. Good to be back watching the FNL and finals time, Division 3. Looking forward to it because I actually think one of these sides might be a danger to the top couple. So even though this is elimination final, I think this is a very pertinent game for the potentially a future grand finalist might come out of this. It's been such a close season, so really looking forward to seeing these two teams go at it today.
Joining us also in the comms chair and has made a fantastic addition to the team this year with his insight and he's a wise man on a young shoulder. Good afternoon to you, Chris Coors.
Thank you, Brush, and happy to be here. Of course, it's always fun and always a good day when get trusted with the caller's chair today. So very excited to get into it. Now, with that being said, I have a Ferntree Gully and a clash kit today, so that'll have my head spinning a bit. But look, it's a great day of footy that we've got ahead of us today. Obviously, got all into it with the pre-game hosted by yourself, Brush, which was very good, very insightful as always with you on there. But happy to get into it.
In the scores chair this afternoon, and we'll be looking forward to him posting all these exciting scores coming from the other game this afternoon, and our stats man as well for this afternoon. It's a very warm welcome to you, Paul Uconi.
Thank you, Brush. Good afternoon, gents. Yeah, it's the start of the final series, always very exciting, a very intriguing match here at East Ringwood Reserve, and also the clash between Scoresby and Knox at Jubilee Park will be very, very exciting indeed.
And joining me this afternoon is our media manager in the special comments chair. It's a very warm welcome to you, Ryan Long.
Thank you, Brash. Very exciting to be out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Finals time, that's what we love. And to be able to see two sides who haven't had too much success in finals in recent years. It's been 8 years since at least one of these sides have won a final. The Basin most recently playing in a final series back in 2022, but were knocked out in the first round. So one of these sides, we're going to have one really good story out of today's clash, and really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we have our boundary riders in Blake Tennant and Jared Beanland this afternoon. Gentlemen, are you down there?
Yeah, I'm down here. I don't know where Jared's gone.
He's probably on the way, mate.
He may be in the bathroom. Who knows where that is. But beautiful conditions for footy. Bit of wind. If I was playing today, I'll be loving it because it's not too hot and it's not too rainy sort of conditions here. I think the Basin won the toss. Unfortunately, didn't see that. But you guys are going to have fun with all these jumper changes because Upper Gully are wearing the clash jumper today, wearing the white jumper today. So
and what's your tip for this afternoon, Blake?
I tipped Upper Ferntree Gully. I know that's a question for people listening on or around the grounds, and there's a security guard right here, so I'll be needing to talk to him. But it's good to be here.
And we'll catch up with Jared shortly.
Oh,
Are you there?
Oh, he's here.
G'day. Thank you very much for having me, guys. A bit overcast over here. I'm not sure what Blake covered in terms of the conditions, but I'll quickly give my tip. I've also got Upper Ferntree Gully for this one. I just think a little bit more experience, a bit of a better balanced team, maybe a bit bigger bodies as well, just looking at them out here on the ground. Upper Ferntree Gully by 3 goals.
Paul Uconi, who's your selection this afternoon, Paul?
I'm going to go the Basin by about 7 points.
Ryan Long?
Tipping Upper Gully by 3 goals.
What about yourself, Chris?
Got Upper Ferntree Gully by 27.
And Gav?
Yeah, I think Upper Ferntree Gully will win today. They've had some close losses, so they're probably dreading a close one, but they've been pretty good outside of those close losses.
Upper Gully by 5 goals for mine. Gav, take it away, my friend.
We're about to get underway for finals football in Division 3 EFNL at East Ringwood Reserve. The umpire holds the ball aloft. The Basin will go to the right of the screen to the Mount Dandenong Road end, and Upper Ferntree Gully go to the left of screen to the Maroondah Highway end. No clear winner out of the ruck contest, so the umpire will come in again and quickly ball it up. Rucks go at it. Big leap from the Basin's ruckman. Butler does tap it down, but to no one's advantage. So we'll go again. And we still haven't moved the ball out of the centre circle. We've had a minute of football and it's moved a metre. So not much to talk about, but again it's the ruckman of Butler for the Basin winning the tap. Just as you thought there might have been a possession going forward for the Basin, the Bears are held up in the tackles, and there's numbers around this. Take 4 it is. Will we get a 50? We've now not get Upper Ferntree Gully high tackle, potentially umpire didn't see it. We've exited the centre circle.
More possessions for the umpire, Christy Lay, versus every other player.
Yeah, and she'll go again as it's just only now exited the centre circle, and now it'll go forward for the Basin. Long driving ball to full forward. No marking attempt, ground level. Upton picks it up, dodges a bit of his own shadow before getting it on the right, but it's been chopped off by Archer in defence. So Upper Ferntree Gully hold up for now.
So Archer looked towards the near side wing, and it's been smothered out of bounds. So we'll have a boundary throw in here, just about 60 out from the Basin's uprights.
Could be a bit of a Dow struggle, I reckon, here, Brian. The game looks like it's going to be a very close, real close contested game this afternoon.
Which I think is what the Basin would probably prefer.
Yeah, exactly.
The throw dropped short, probably have that one redone, and we will.
And Brash, the 2 times the sides have met this year, It's been 8 or 9 goals that has got the side across the line. So it'd be interesting to see if it is a little bit more free-flowing, and the scores can certainly pick up.
As ball come back in, Todd is there, just took it out of the ruck, got a handball off, couldn't quite pick it up cleanly, was Bateson, but it's been a free kick found here for Mackay Bateson. So a chance for Upper Gully to get their hands on the footy for probably the first time today properly, as Todd's down the line, but Bateson will like to go back, find a teammate in Meyer, who goes one further. So a few uncontested possessions early as Brock McDonald looks down the line and will get out the back of the pack. Handball. Kings will have to go backwards to go forwards now and get a kick over the top. Terrifically weighted there to Travis Strange, one of their star players. As Strange will just assess his options, true centre wing on this far side of East Ringwood Reserves. He'll just look to take territory with the kick. Pack forming under it. There's one flyer. It was Jordan Nuku. Now the footy finds his way inside forward 50. One out in the 50, and well done from the Basin defence there.
If there was a ground that it suit the opposition or a team today, I'd say the ground conditions would probably favour Upper Ferntree Gully because of the vast expanses of Kings Park that they play on.
It's Butler on the hit out once more, but there's a dumping tackle going there. It was originally going to be umpire's ball, but just the dumping action means that the Bears will be awarded the free kick for this one.
We still haven't been able to get that particular tackle out of the game yet.
No.
So Butler hands it off, and they're off racing out of defence out of the Basin. Long ball out of side. Marking contest in good position was Harrop, but he pushed out in the marking contest, said the umpire. So it'll be overturned, free kick. The Bears now go forward again. Their second inside 50. Good position. Good mark by the forward. He looks at the umpire. He goes, I had a bit of hands in the back just to get my way with the flight of the ball dropping to him. And it's now the Bears lining up for goal through Edwards, Connor Edwards. Had great body position. You'll just see on replays, defenders underneath it, appealing for the free kick for a slight push out. What do you reckon, Brash?
No, he worked him well. I thought he worked him well and truly under the ball. And anyway, in this day and age, a little gentle push is sort of accepted now, Gav.
Well, if you're going to hold ground and at least put your arms up straight away to take the mark, it's fair enough. And Edwards kicking for his 17th for the season, but to get the game rolling, it's straight through the middle. The Bears are going. The Basin, one straight, 6 points, goal to Edwards. And we have now travelled 4 minutes and a half first term.
He's going to be key today, Brash. He's only played the 8 games, so has missed a fair bit of the season, but has been playing well the last 4 weeks, kicked the 4 goals against Oakley District in round 18, so coming into this game with some good form.
Yeah, Edwards is all, and they, he's one of their key movers too, and the fact that he's missed half the season as well, it's good that they've got him back at the right time too, Brian.
So it's Connor Edwards there, putting his 17th goal through for the season. Like I heard off just the 8 games, so if stats will tell you anything, it means he's got at least one more in him today as we're getting the ball returned to the middle. So we're ready to resume players. It's the Bears that strike first. 1-6 plays Upper Ferntree Gully yet to score. And we're just about ready to go. Now underway as the rucks will go away to Butler. Flies highest, wins the tap, gets it to Gibbons, who returns the favour to Butler. Footy loose, the Kings looking to bring it out, can't quite do so. A lot of scrappy ball in there. Gibbons has hands on it once more, wrapped up by 2 defenders.
He's a very, very strong Ox-like type of player. Gibbons is really suited for a position and a game playing like the Basins.
Easy to spot as well with a flowing mullet out there as the rucks cancel each other out. It's Gibbons again with a foot. He takes 2 men to bring him down once more.
He's this big unit, mate. He is a big unit. He's played in the competition for many years. He played at Forest Hills, and he was very strong then.
As the rucks cancel each other out, we go to the stats centre with Paul Yaconi.
Just an early score update. 8.5 minutes gone in the first call between Scoresby and Knox. It's Knox 2 behind to Scoresby 1 behind.
So Lavender was able to burst out the pack. It's good body work in there from the likes of Ethan Power. Now looking to get it forward are the Bears, looking for the short lead up to Edwards once more, with the kick drop short, and it's found its way out for a boundary thrown in the forward pocket. We'll get ready to go again. So his ball will drop about 30-35 metres out from the Basin's uprights. They're looking to get a second score on the board, as will just be grabbed out of the ruck by Power. We've got a handball off. It was well defended there from Travis Strange from Upper Ferntree Gully, but his dumping kick falls into the hands of an opponent. So the Basin with a chance to go back inside 50 now. It's a hoofing kick, will drop to the square, maybe get out the back. No, it won't. And it's been spoiled out for a boundary throwing just next to the point post.
Well, the one thing that the Basin have done successfully so far, Ryan, is they've prevented Upper Ferntree Gully with an inside 50.
Yeah, they've done well so far. See if they can lock it in their forward half.
Close to their goals, left pocket. Butler is dominating the ruck contest. Front position, knocks to the goal square. Defenders, he's been rushed, and he rushes himself with the ball over the line. Conceded by the skipper, Bailey, for another point. So it was good that he was sort of goalkeeping there in knowing, but the ruckman, that was an interesting decision to knock it to the goal square, guys, don't you reckon? Because I don't think your teammates are expecting it at such a play.
No.
The kick out. The Basin have got the tools in the contest, and at ground level they've got the numbers too. Sharing it out through centre forward, long ball in good position. No mark taken. Ground level, Harrop there to mop up, and he takes himself with the ball out of bounds in the pocket. We'll go to Paul Yaconi for the stats.
Yeah, early on, the Basin are really dominating the forward territory at the minute. They lead the inside 50s 5-1.
So the Basin, great start from them. Probably the underdog today, but they're really getting much more forward territory. Ruck, straight out of the ruck, hits the post from 15 out, took it at 20. No one contesting him because he knew the trailing ruckman was 2 metres behind him. He took out the ruck. His kick, though, rushed, hit the post, minor score.
So the Kings just looking for any territory at the moment. It's not come easy for them to start this elimination final. So they'll look to switch play again and do so well. Brought out through Rory Bailey, and almost palmed straight to the Basin. Hunted down as a recovery effort. That's holding the ball, and that's brilliant work there from Brock McDonald, who couldn't take the initial kick cleanly, but more than made up for his mistake. As he'll look down the corridor, it's a 1v1 in the air. Bumped in the air was Ryan Archer. The Bears with plenty around the footy, looking to bring it out with Scott. They'll go backwards to go forward. Butler was around there, couldn't quite get the footy. Now it's just punches. A big hit laid there. Looking to bring it out now is Mackay Bateson, who gets it forward. The Kings have a few numbers inside 50. It's a centering kick, but sent it only as far as the Basin defender in Thomas Swindle. Swindle looks wide for the switch and finds a team out. They'll look to continue their progress down the line. It's a 1v1 there, while taking an intercept mark by the Kings. So it's Darcy Meyer now with the footy. And he'll look to just take territory with the kick again. Very well set up behind the footy was the Basin defence. That time it was Bailey Siswerda. They've just got the answers at the moment, the Bears. So now look to just pump the ball down the line, outnumbered to their teammates. Looking to bring it out for the Kings was Catalano, but he's been ushered over the boundary line. True centre wing, and we'll have a boundary throw in just as we're about to tick over halfway through this first quarter.
The Upper Gully side, Ryan, they need to shake themselves out of this early quarter lethargy because they're just not attacking the contest what they should be at the moment.
Stevenson had front position, but he didn't really get onto it until he comes again. Second effort, good to hold it up. As we go boundary side for comment.
A couple of matchups in the Basins in Upper Ferntree Gully's forward line. We've got Siswerda following Jordan Nuko around for the Kings, and Jack Harrop. I've lost my spot here. Josh Mason, he's being followed around by Ryan Smith.
Interesting to see the ruck contest with the bigger Butler taking Stevenson with his knee getting into him, and I think Stevenson decided not to take that ruck contest after being a bit gun-shy there, but he's got help from Strange. His kick from half-back to half-forward's been chopped off.
Well, he better learn to overcome his gun shyness very quickly, otherwise they're going to get smashed in the ruck.
Ball goes forward and punching it on, trying to get running, going with it was West. They're dropping it behind, Upton. Upton drops it just as he might have had a chance to run into the pocket and snap around the corner, but he allows the defence to come in and swarm him, and it's a ball up 30 metres out.
Well, Buster Todd will be key once he goes on him as well in the ruck, who's currently, I think he's off the ground at the moment, Todd.
So Upton just getting a little bit hurt in that contest, so he's on his haunches, slow to get up. I think it's just one of those winded.
Yeah, probably winded Gav from the looks of it.
Yeah, we've had some famous calls with.
I saw Ray earlier.
But I think it's just in that contest, obviously got dragged in, but he's holding in his hip, and then maybe down a bit of his hamstring at the same time too.
Yeah, maybe he's got a slower back injury. Maybe it was just one of those sly
he could
knees,
be winded, though, as the famous line would say.
Just a bit of bruising or something we're hoping for. But
where's the hamstring come into it, Blake?
He was
the knee bones connected to the...
He was touching his hamstring until 5 seconds ago, Ryan. So
we'll see how he goes. West is on for Upton. Rucks go at it. Again, Butler wins it, but to clear no advantage yet. And it'll be another ball up in the forward. Is it a 40, 45, 50? What are we classified as?
I think it's a 45 here, Gav.
45. So Butler again wins the ruck. They're sharing it around. West gets onto it, just onto the ground. His short pass, I don't think he was really intending anyone, just getting it forward. But the nice dinky little kick finds a teammate in right position for the fall of the ball, and it's a mark taken by Boland in point blank range, 20 metres out.
Well, he did exactly what he was taught to. The very first thing you're taught about when you're playing football, play in front, and you'll get the benefit. It's exactly what's happened here.
Boland puts it through the middle. Another goal for the Basin. It's his 13th for the season for Boland, but importantly, it's the second for the Bears today. They're doing all the scoring early in this final, the elimination final. 13 minutes gone. It's the Basin at 2-2-14 with their opponents Upper Ferntree Gully yet to score.
Yeah, important start. They've just been able to do, you're right, all the attacking. They've had all the forward 50 entries, and now just starting to put that on the scoreboard as well. So while they've got the momentum, big chance for them to use it and put it on early and really put the pressure on Upper Ferntree Gully.
Yeah, exactly right.
Kings look a little bit shell-shocked at the moment as...
Maybe it's the jumpers. this white class jumper just doesn't look right on for it. It's not Upper Gully colours.
I don't know.
Last time they played, Upper Ferntree Gully played in yellow. So try and make sense of that.
Which is not Upper Gully colours either.
They're wearing the Eastland Football Netball League interleague jumper a couple of years ago. So that's the jumper.
So now a chance for the Kings to get a score as Catalano goes forward and playing in front of his man. The mark has been paid.
Good grab. That's a good grab.
It's about 20 metres out, dead in front. It's Buster Todd playing forward of the footy. And he'll have the chance to get the Kings on the board for the first time in this elimination final.
Well, it's either going to be a marker or a free kick because it was all over him, but great hands.
So here's Todd strolling in as his kick's on its way, and it's all academic from there. He loves it. But Ferntree Gully cut the lead down to 8 as they hit the scoreboard for the first time in this fixture. 2-2-14 plays 1 flat 6.
Well, it's probably a sense of relief for them, Ryan, because for the first 10 or so minutes, the Basin really were controlling the contest, and they won a centre clearance, and that was the most important thing there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've talked about Buster Todd a lot. Obviously, his ability in the ruck, which has been so key this year, but on occasion this season, he's been able to hit the scoreboard and kick a few in a game. So a great opportunity for him to get on the board early.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Harry Upton just doing a couple of run-throughs. He looks a little bit proppy, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him back on soon.
So we'll go at it again in the middle as the Rucks do their work this time. It's Ethan Power winning it for the Bears, who just hoofs it forward on that big right boot. Just dropped short of Matthew Smith. He couldn't quite take it. He's around the footy once more, though. Plenty to be won at the moment as Scott looks to get it forward, but he's wrapped up in the tackle, and the umpire will call for the footy just outside the forward 50 arc.
The tackles at the minute are 8-5 in favour of Upper Ferntree Gully.
So it's Power in the ruck once more. Gibbons applying the tackle, though, as it fell to a Upper Gully player, and we'll have another ball up. So the Basin just able to get the better of the ruck contest as it stands at the moment, as Power looks to continue that trend. That time was the Kings winning it, but it's in the back now. The Kings have a bit of defending to do as West just sockets it off the ground, looking for himself. There's Kobe Ferguson in the long sleeves. Did he get tripped? Umpire says nothing doing. And we'll have a boundary throw in just inside the forward 50 pocket of the Basin.
Good crowd here this afternoon enjoying this contest. Hopefully a sign of things to come as we progress through this big final series.
Power front position over Stevenson wins the tap down, but big pack of players. It's a bit of a modus operandi for the Basin to get it tight and try to release it their way before they allow it to get out of that inner circle. So they'll go again, 45 metres out. Power again front position, gives it to Gibbons, roves it, puts it on the boot straight away. No mark taken, but it was a rush ball, so it was hard to mark. Big contest, ensuring it 20 metres out. Big pack of players arrives now, and it'll be under the Staxon Mill, and it'll be a ball up 20 metres out. This time Butler, who rested forward, takes the ruck duty, takes it out of the ruck again. He puts it on the boot. He claims the goal. The defenders say it's touched, and so does the goal umpire, importantly for all score takers. It is a minor score for the Basin, 2-3-15 to Upper Gully 1 straight. And they've got to watch out for taking it out of the ruck, Butler, because that's now twice nearly come off for 2 goals.
Just a quick score update from Div 3. It's nearly time on the first quarter. It's 5 behinds to 3 behinds in favour of Knox.
As it was Butler handballing back, his teammate stepped inside, got on the right boot. Eyes only for the footy, so well done from the Basin's number 19 in Liam Armstrong there as umpire calls for a ball up. It's 9 points the margin here, the Bears up early. So you have 7.5 gone in this opening term. Bucks will go at it once more. This time it's Power with a clear size advantage, wins the tip, will probably get the handball receive here and just dumped it off to a teammate in Scott. He was wrapped up straight away. We'll have another ball up just centre wing here in front of us. As it's Power against Stevenson. Stevenson got the better of the bodywork that time. He did well, but the ball dropped to Mitch Brown. He just hoofs it inside forward 50. Top hands around his Kobe Ferguson. He wheels onto the right, gets a shot at goal.
That could be a goal.
Did it go through? No, it's behind. So
optical illusion there for you, Brash.
Got lied to by the angle we have here on the balcony at East Ringwood Reserve.
The umpire didn't move, Gavin. I thought he was building the suspense to give it a go.
No, I do agree with you there, Brash.
Wasn't touched on the boot, was it?
Don't think so, as Rory Bailey looks wide, finds a teammate all by himself in Patrick Bullock, who plays on, gets rid of Kobe Ferguson. You can hear the crowd get into him a bit about that. There'll be a few flies underneath the footies. It'll make its way over just in front of us here, true centre wing, for yet another boundary throw, and it's now the Basin by 10 points early on.
I think Nuku got spoiled by his own teammate then.
Clearances in this first quarter so far are 6-2 the way of the Basin.
Bucks go at it on the wing. Gibbons, he has one go at it. He'll run after it, but he's beaten to the ball this time by Mayer. He tackles him too harshly without the ball, he says, as Gibbons tries to run off with it. So Mayer now goes out wide. He's trying to get the ball to the player to run towards the ball, but it's only just advantage the opponent. Ground level West, dodges around a couple, goes into the middle of East Ringwood Reserve, now puts it on the boot, long driving ball. Defence of the Upper Ferntree Gully tall was too good. Late spoil not appreciated by Brown, and picking himself up with the ball was Archer. The spoil there late was by Boland. And as they usually do, Upper Ferntree Gully, they like to go sideways before they work out a way forward. Now they're running through the middle of East Ringwood Reserve. Kick goes, finds Mayer. This time it's Darcy. He drops it. Now he has to work out what to do with the defender on him in Smith. And his kick has been rushed in his attempt, has been chopped off. So the spill early cost him everything. And the mark was taken by Armstrong in defence, who goes across ground to the back pocket. And they'll settle things down to the Bears.
It's a chance to just assess options forward of the footy now for the Basin, as they've got their faithful behind where the mark was taken, is now looking to roll his man with power. He's been very good so far in this opening term, but won't get the footy on this occasion. Good bump there by Upper Gully. It was pressure laid there by Harvey Meyer, who now looks forward. It's a massive kick that came down with snow on it and ended up in the hands of Buster Todd. Who else? As he was onto the left boot, gets it forward. There's a 1v1 contest in the air, two hands to it, couldn't quite take it. On the left boot, the snapper around the corner. And it looks good. There's a suspense from the goal umpire, and there's the two fingers. So it's gone through from Byron McDonald. It's an excellent kick there. Ball went straight up off the boot, but managed to sail through.
That'd be a candidate for goal of the day, I reckon.
Yeah.
He picked that up. You know, he roved the pack exceptionally well there, and I reckon he's kicked it off his non-preferred foot either as well.
Set up in the right spot, front position. And a great finish there. You're absolutely right. And Buster Todd was smart. He moved it on quickly and set that one up. So
it actually looked. I thought it missed, but there the goal umpire has a better view.
I still want to see a replay. I agree with you, Blake. I'm still doubting it. But anyway, it's a goal in the book. Well done to McDonald, and Nuku's being a good forward as well. He was the one who roved off. Defence holds up again with Mayer, kicking the ball from centre half back as Basin got the clearance. Big tackle with the ball was McDonald, and Bailey McDonald was wrapped up ferociously on the wing, and the Basin faithful are very happy with that tackle. So it's 16 plays 12. The Basin 2-4 leading Upper Ferntree Gully 12. The hustle bustle of this, the pack, you can hear it in the effects mic. Body on body contact, and now it's going to be more body on body because they're a bit fired up, as I think everyone thinks Swindle did a bit too much in the contest. The umpire's having none of it. He'll ball it up and he's quick to get the game going again. And there's a bit more ferocity in every tackle. Bit of added, bit longer in the tackle. Go again. And Mitch Brown gets up and says, oh, what's going on here? Bateson was getting a bit more physical. They're going at it, those two again. Ruck's at it. There's a lot to watch here. And probably least of all is the football.
Right.
There will be a bit of this afternoon. There's
Probably
no doubt
for
about
about 18 of the 22 minutes gone, the Basin have basically held sway, yet they're only 4 points up. And Upper Ferntree Gully really haven't had much of the play and have just taken their opportunities on the turnover, really.
Well, they'll take it if they go in within a goal or in front.
You're right.
Because they haven't played their best footy yet.
No way.
Yeah, well, it's 23 minutes gone. Time on. Rucks go at it. We've taken down in the contest. Maybe the Basin. Ruck unduly there, but kicking it forward. Strange. And a mark taken. He wasn't really in the contest until he was. And in great position was Wilson just to take the mark as the big boys collapsed in their own contest. And Wilson takes the mark.
Fantastic kick off the left boot.
Yeah.
Put it in the absolute perfect position, but he could just mark it on his chest. And that is the stuff that Travis Strange has done all year.
So Strange was very good there, getting it to Wilson. Wilson from 30 metres out. And can he put Upper Ferntree Gully in front for the first time today? He will. They haven't looked the most likely to be leaders so far, but they are now. Upper Ferntree Gully, 3 straight, 18. They've got the last 3 goals on the board. Now lead the Basin 2-4, 16, 23 and a half minutes gone, first term.
Yeah, Brash super. They'd be super happy with this because they haven't. Yeah, you're right. They haven't had ultimate control in this first term, but at this stage might go in front at quarter time.
And the thing is, Joel Perry really can't. When he goes to talk to these guys at half time, at quarter time, they basically haven't done anything wrong. Really, it's just that Upper Gully have just
converted.
Just converted when they've had to, when it's been their turn.
Butler back in the ruck, and this time flies highest once more, gets his tap, roves his own tap too. Looking to bring it out now is Strange for the Kings, who's wrapped up in the tackle straight away.
One thing I'm loving about this game so far is the ferocity of the tackle. I'm loving this close contest.
So we're just waiting for Travis Strange to not push his opponent in the way of the rucks as they'll go at it once more. It's Stevenson and Butler. Butler wins it this time, straight into the hands of Gibbons. He's wrapped up instantly. So a 24.5 gone in this opening turn. Rucks flew. Footy hit the deck though somehow. Is looking to bring it out now was Basin. He hits it to a teammate. He's wrapped up straight away. So neither side willing to give up an inch here. So Rucks will go at it. Strange match up on Ferguson. This one will be interesting, but it's grabbed straight out of the ruck by Butler. Gives a bit of a stutter step, sends it in the forward 50. The footy will hit the deck and then find its way out for a boundary throwing just inside the forward pocket. So the Basin with a bit of crucial territory late in this first term. It's been a fascinating ruck battle so far. This time it will be Ethan Power doing the ruck duties for the Bears. As he'll grab it out there himself, gets the handball off around the corner, the snap. It's been pulled across the face. Good attempt there by Mitch Brown, but it wasn't to be.
His father was a good footballer, Ethan Power.
Yep.
His father, Todd.
Yep.
As mark taken by Graham, he just chips wide. So a chance now again for the Kings. Very deliberate going forward. They'll look down the line. Had a teammate there in Todd, but he's been given the free kick for a push in the back as he was in the air. So just looking to exit forward 50. They'll probably use the corridor as they have so far today, and they do just that as there's a pack forming under the footy. Plenty of bodies around it. No will win it just yet. Strange bursts away from the pack. Those on the right boot. 2v2 forward to the footy. And it's well ushered over the boundary line there by Liam Armstrong. So good news for Ferntree Gully. Travis Strange starting to put his stamp on this matchup.
You're right there. It's just starting to influence the around the grounds as well, Chris.
So I don't exactly have a direct matchup for him just yet as we'll go around the grounds. Paul Yaconi.
Got a core time score from Scoresby Knox. Knox lead 1-6-12 to Scoresby 3 behinds.
There you go as Butler's in the ruck once more. Will wrap up his direct opponent straight away. Have another ball up.
Do you think the conditions are the same as they are here, considering it's only a couple of kilometres away?
Could be.
You'd have to say so.
Gibbons, his kick fell into the arms of Liam West, who did brilliantly to work for a bit of space there using his body. He just finds a short option to a teammate on the far side wing, going on to 27 plate in this first term. There's a puck under the footy. Buster Todd stands under it, clunks the mark. Now he looks with his left to switch the play. Finds a teammate in Jacob Bateson, and they're out. The Kings now, they can go forward, but a 25-metre penalty's been paid. So the footy will be returned here to Jacob Bateson. Now they'll look out to the far side of East Ringwood Reserve. An option through the corridor in Isaac Wright. Takes the mark, plenty of handball options. Uses one in Rory Bailey, the skipper, who just chips a kick into the hands of Harvey Meyer. And that one's been a bit shanked, but the good news is there's absolutely tons of time and space for Jack Harrop, who looks down the line once more. Kick just fell short. We'll have to go back to Harrop here and Will. Harrop's still got the man back. Bit of a return to sender at the moment. Peters, he kicked but got the ball forward. The Kings are moving this footy beautifully at the moment. Now in the hands of Jacob Bateson, again involved in the link-up. Couldn't quite take the mark. Well done by the Bears defence. Brought out. Kicks on its way from Catalano on goal. There's one standing under it. Bumped under the footy. Umpire says nothing doing. It still might roll through. But it's gone across the face.
It's nearly done a 360 perpendicular.
And so did you.
We'll go downside the Joe Beelan of the
brothers wrong another day.
That was a brilliant build-up by Upper Ferntree Gully. That's something that's just improved slowly throughout the quarter, and I think that's what's really gotten them back into the game. A few of their transitions previously had been a couple of inches off.
Ground level ball, Wilson might pick it up, taps it onto the runner in McDonald. He can't get a hold of it as the defence comes in with Swindle, using his body to knock over the player and the ball over the line at half forward for Upper Ferntree Gully, who were a bit of slow starters in this game, but to kick the last three to lead by 3 points late in this first term. Rucks go at it. Again, Butler in front position. There's the siren. It is quarter time in this elimination final of Division 3. The Basin started well, 2-4-16, but trailed at quarter time to Upper Ferntree Gully now, 3-1-19. 19 plays 16. We'll just get some quick goal kickers on the board. It is Edwards and Boland for the Basin, and for Upper Ferntree Gully, Wilson McDonald, that's Byron McDonald and Buster Todd. It is quarter time. Great game in this elimination final. Upper Ferntree Gully leading 19-16. We'll be back soon for quarter two.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve. It's elimination final, Division 3, the Basin and Up, who finished 4th after 18 rounds. Trailing Upper Ferntree Gully, the team that finished 5th. Not much in it throughout the season, though. The Basin 2-4-16, trailing Upper Ferntree Gully 3-1-19. Interesting first quarter. Before we get a coach's comments and the boundary riders to tell us what happened in the huddles, Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long, what did you think of the first term?
Well, I don't think the Basin did too much wrong, Ryan. I just thought they took their opportunities. They were in control of the midfield, and I think they probably had, probably 75% of the possession in the quarter overall. But Upper Ferntree Gully, they made hay while the sun shines, and with their limited amount of possessions in the quarter, they were able to hit the scoreboard and hit it a little bit more with purpose, and they find themselves 3 points up at quarter time. And it'd be hard for Joel Perry to actually be critical of his side when I reckon they've done nearly everything right.
No, I don't think they'll be critical. I think they've started this game really well. They certainly had most of the football in the first half of the quarter, those repeat inside 50s, and I think Upper Ferntree Gully just took probably 10-15 minutes to really get into the game, but once we saw that, we saw guys like Travis Strange in the midfield start to take a bit of ownership, and their delivery inside 50 when they've got it there has been super impressive, and it's given their forwards every chance. Todd, Wilson, those guys have had certainly some good delivery once they've gone inside 50. So I've liked what I've seen from both sides in the early stages, and I think both teams will be able to take away plenty from that first quarter.
Yeah.
Benji.
We go boundary side because Blake Tennant's got the mic.
Yeah, just go Joel Perry. Joel, did you think the words I listened into was just a bit unorganised? Is that sort of the way you kind of started the game? I know you kicked the first 2 goals and then they came back and clawed themselves into the lead at quarter time.
Certainly late in the quarter, we were a bit unorganised. I think we started well, probably didn't take our opportunities. We just got to close their uncontested mark game down. That's where they're really trying to go through forward. So that's probably the challenge for us in this quarter.
And you touched on as well going wide because, when you're playing at East Ringwood, you talked about moving the ball wider. Is that something we're going to see in this second quarter as well?
Well, the challenge is to get it deep enough, right? If you can't get it deep enough, they're going to try and slingshot you. So if we can't get it deep enough through the middle, then we need to go wider just to protect it a little bit, protect our defence.
All the best for the quarter time and rest of the game.
Thanks for that, Blake, down on the boundary there.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side to Joe Beelan.
Yeah, I was with Chris Fletcher in the huddle of Upper Ferntree Gully. He was pretty happy with the way they worked their way back into the game. Just wants them to hold their shape a little bit more behind the ball. They did that well, but just keep focusing on that. And he was pretty encouraging of the players who may not have found themselves working into the game as much during that first quarter. He said, it's okay. You'll find your reference point and get into it because there's 3 quarters to go.
Just about ready to get back underway here for the second term. Scoreboard reads Basin 2-4-16, Upper Ferntree Gully 3-1-19. It's been a game of momentum so far as the Basin got the opening 2 and then gave up 3. So we're ready to go at it once more. It will be Butler against Stevenson in the ruck. Butler wins out just like he's done so many times already throughout this game. But just like the start of this game, will be locked in the centre circle as Gibbons again. I don't think I've seen him be tackled by less than 2 people at any time. There's Lucas Gibbons there, an absolute bull in the midfield. Stevenson and Butler will go at it again. Butler's got some leap on him at the moment, really dominating that run contest as Mitch Brown was taken with the footy, so the umpire will call for it once more.
And if that's one position in the ground that the Basin have taken control over, is the ruck. They are definitely controlling the ruck, Chris.
That's for sure, as Brown had it but was legged, so Mitch Brown with a chance to go forward now. Steps left, goes right, sends a kick inside 50s, 1v1 in there. I would have thought a definite hole from Matthew Smith, but umpire says nothing doing, so now it's in the hands of Boland. And there's a few afters going on in the goal square as there was a player decked as the footy came in before, and now there's an awful lot going on. Bit of argy-bargy, maybe just trying to figure out what the post-game go is. As I believe the umpires will get this game back underway, and they will as the boundary throw-in lands, and it's Power this time in the ruck for the Bears. No real winner over just yet. Looking to bring it out was Upton, who's back on the field after an injury in the first quarter. And we'll have a ball up. As Rucks will go at it once more. Power wins the hit out, but he only goes far as Rory Bailey, the skipper for the Kings. Going back with a fly to the footy. It was a terrific mark taken there by Cole Delaney. He just got the drop of the ball right. And they're going to look to use a corridor. Kick dropped short. So the mark was fumbled temporarily, and the umpire will call for a ball up.
You fancy the umpire's going to do a quick whistle just to get the game start as quick as possible, just to take a bit of these spot fires out. Strange takes on the tackle, and there's that quick whistle. Straight as he's tackled. Another ball up. Half forward for the Basin. At the front of the square, trying to wheel it out through the hand pass at Edwards. Now gets off to the runner. Long ball to the leading option. Edwards couldn't get there on the bounce, though he's there. Got handball to go inside corridor. It's really a hopeful hand pass and wrapped up.
Oh, Connor Edwards just sent an elbow at who is it there? Brock McDonald. That was very obvious as well behind play.
And it's a card.
And they were the 2 involved in the scuffle, and it's clear that Connor Edwards just let him get under his skin there.
And But the thing was, the umpire actually penalised for the sling tackle. If you look at how she adjudicated that tackle, it was the sling tackle that brought that
You're right.
that behaviour on.
So the Upton, who was the one who was trying to get the hand pass received, couldn't evade a tackle because he got it on the bounce. He's got a free kick at 45, and the send-off was the Upper Ferntree Gully player.
Graham.
So it's a bit to catch up on, and I'm not sure I saw any of it.
Well, I was watching what was happening, and I was watching what the umpire was doing.
So Upton, long ball, options there, good courage. It's a fiery contest now. So to get in good position, Bailey, skipper there, strong, gets it to Strange, and they'll want to show some composure here Upper Gully. They've had one sent off. A bit of tempo footy might just be in order. Keep it in hand. Now they share it, trying to run it out of defence. A wobbly kick out. Butler just smothers the ball, but at ground level again, it's picked off by Basin. Basin long ball, ill-directed, because in good position to mark was Delaney. So Delaney's taken some good bucks. Loads up, long 50-metre plus kick on the bounce will get to Edwards. A push out, says the umpire. It's off the ball again. And Upton now is the free kick giver away. And it's now a ball kicked out wide to Basin, who marks it about a centimetre in front of the boundary line. So there's a bit going on, and I'm not sure if the umpires like me know who's offending at any given time. It's now long ball to half back. Again coming over the top was Delaney. He goes to spoil instead of the mark. Trying to get out of trouble was Basin. Hand pass off to now they kick high up and under. A few Upper Ferntree Gully. They spoil their own marker, so the kick goes out. Basin in there. So also is Mason. Mason gets taken down by 2, and when one of them's Gibbons, you're going to stay stuck. And it's now a ball up on the wing, and Chris will get you to take over. The energy level's getting high in the commentary box.
So just in front of us here, Gibbons again takes 2 men to bring him down. So an awful lot of feeling in this elimination final. As doing the right work for the Basin this time is Butler, but it's just sent out of bounds by Stevenson in there for the Kings. So
Actually, the umpires have done very well to maintain law and order here at the moment.
they have very short stoppages in play, so keep the footing moving.
If I only knew the theme song, I would hum away Law and Order for you. That's it.
Bateson was tackled as he went to kick it, so the footy didn't get anywhere. Wrapped up in a tackle there is Armstrong. Umpires will call for it, so
in the back.
Can you send off a spectator as well? Just getting unruly everywhere.
So Liam Armstrong just a bit slow to get up now, but he's on his feet and with the footy in hand as he will look down the wing. Plenty of bodies around the footy. The one that read the drop the best was Rory Bailey there, the skipper leading by example, who just looked to go backwards. This is the uncontested mark game that Joel Perry was talking about trying to shut down. So I don't have a ton of options here. They'll have to most likely go long down the line, and they will. But there's 25 metres, went over the mark.
Oh, no, silly.
There's a push. He's been
no, take it off.
given a bit of leeway. It was Darcy Mayo there, just went after Harry Upton a bit afterwards, and I think Upton made the most of that. So
I'm glad they haven't overturned it, but I've seen it overturned for that sort of thing.
Well, he stopped marching him back 25 as well, so he was nullifying it.
Well, the umpire had a good chat to him as well, just telling him off a little bit.
Yeah.
So Darcy Mayo's got the footy now again. This time he sends it down the line, and play will continue. Plenty of flyers, just getting boot to ball very quickly was Braden Wilson, who did well. A lot of work to be done here. Damien Nicholson gets a handball backwards to a teammate in Delaney, who got the kick-off. Plenty of numbers through the middle now for the Bears as Mitch Brown can reel away. He gave it straight to his direct opponent in Rory Bailey. Here's Buster Todd, needs to get it off, does so well. McDonald now with the footy, chips it to the lead of Brodie Wilson, who just couldn't take the mark as the footy's made its way out of bounds. And a bit of a missed opportunity there, not only for the Basin, but also in return for Upper Gully.
Well, big moment there from Rory Bailey, because if he didn't do that, it was going straight over his head and into that forward line and potential Basin score.
So the boundary throwing in the forward pocket, looking to burst away. Jim, maybe take him without the ball. Umpire says nothing doing. Mitch Brown thought there was a whistle there, but now continues on and sends a kick boundary side, and that is, I believe, out of bounds on the full it is. So be brought back in by Upper Gully. Still waiting for our first score in any capacity of this term, as we're 7.5 gone in the second quarter. But it's Upper Gully with a chance to take some territory here early. as they'll just send one inside 50. Mitch Brown sitting under it, got clattered from behind, looking to bring it out now in defence. This is Werder. Plenty of work still to be done for the Bears. There's a tackle there, and it's a tackle that's gone high. So it's a chance now, I believe, for Buster Todd again. Yes, it will be. Who's already got one for today. So we're looking at the replays.
Yeah, the initial one was around the neck as he was falling.
Yeah, it is high, so it's well done by Todd to go to ground to get the foot in as he's coming back up, got clocked. So kick here will come from about a 50 or 60 degree angle. From about 25 out. Buster Todd on the left boot, kicks on its way. Oh, and you could just hear the dink of the goalpost. As there's our first score of the term, and it is a minor. So scoreboard reads the Basin 2-4-16 to Upper Gully 3-2-20.
I love how the umpire, particular field umpire, is just trying to get to every player individually and telling them, please calm down. Yeah. Please calm down. He's just telling them what the rules are and how to play the game a little bit, which is great umpiring because it might take a bit of heat out of it. You just wonder if the coaches love their players being fired up or the opposite. So the long ball out from the Basin. They get it all the way to the middle. Picking up the ball with Swindle. Back of the pack. Hand passes it forward. They're trying to get it running. Power is on the receiving of one hand pass. His hand pass didn't quite connect on the outer side. So just as they were going to go forward, the Basin spill the opportunity. And it's a ball up outer side.
Normally the coaches want the emotion taken out of it so that their players can settle and play the game style they want them to play, Gav.
And it's a free kick to the ruckman in Butler. We'll go stats in a second, Paul. We'll just see what Butler does with this kick at half forward. It might find a mark inside 50. That's going to draw rain. It's high. Smith's underneath it. Almost breaking fingers of the defender. Ground level ball's a disputed one. 40 metres outer side. It'll be a ball up. And if it's a quick stat, we might get it from you, Paul.
The tackles in this quarter are 6-5 the way of Upper Gully.
Yeah, a lot of tackles flying around. Tap one inboard by Butler. No clear possession one. And again, it's another tackle to add to this sheet. So it'll be a ball up 40 metres away from goals.
And 4-2 inside 50s this quarter the way of the Basin.
And then they haven't scored yet this quarter for their 4 entries. Can Brown get it going forward or so? That was Boland. Boland was over the top of it. He couldn't bend down to pick up the ball. And it's now going to be a ball up as it's trapped under his seat. So they've got a clear ruck advantage in Butler. Can someone like Boland just shark it, or Upton even? Upton gets onto it. He gets smashed in by a hip and shoulder. He goes to ground and not cleared by Upper Ferntree Gully. So we'll just see. It's Power in there now also just outside. The ruck, Smith was there in good position. Upton takes the roving, but his kick's smothered because there's a lot around the ball. So we won't see a clear possession one unless they're very clever. Swindle sees it over line, another boundary throw in. Let's get more stats with Paul.
Just a quick score update. Knox lead 2-6-18. The scores be 2-5-17.
Going to be a great game there in the qualifying final. Another ball in. The Basin peppering away. They just can't get beyond this contest. Stoppage, Power first there. Short boundary throw in. Almost could have been recalled. Clearing kick. Might not be cleared for long. As the Basin set up a line 60 metres away from goal, and they're tackling hard. You can hear their fans cheering for a free kick. Lavender in good position. Long ball ill-directed. The defender underneath it won't have to worry about the mark. It's out in the full, and Bailey will take it in defence.
It's Rory Bailey there looking to bring the ball back in as he's urged on by the Basin faithful there that have made the journey to East Ringwood Reserve. There's plenty of bodies around the footy at the moment, and umpire will call for a ball up. Is Upper Gully just able to take a little bit of territory now, cleared their line a bit with centre wing here on the far side as Powers in the ruck. We'll have another ball up though.
At the moment, the game sort of resembles a 0-0 draw here because neither side are really struggling to find options into their forward 50 and clear options.
We might go to penalties, you reckon?
Yeah, we could.
Well, we've had a whopping one behind so far in this second term as the ball makes its way over the boundary. So we'll have another stoppage. One thing that has been interesting in the forward 50 though is the matchup between Connor Edwards and Brock McDonald. They were going hammer and tong at each other for about the first 8 minutes of this quarter and have now just resigned to a bit of a bump or a bit of a push here, as maybe we'll see that matchup now as a kick sent inside 50. It was through the hands of Butler. He couldn't quite take it, the big man, as Upton applies the tackle now and the umpire will call for a ball up.
Maybe they've had some unresolved issues throughout the season when they've met in the past. Chris.
Yeah, it's tiring fighting all day.
It is.
So Butler in the ruck again, rose highest, but couldn't quite bring it out himself. Plenty of bodies around the footy here, a lot of bumps, a lot of bodies hitting the deck, but it's eventually brought out through Jacob Bates, and his kick will find the boundary line.
He'd be penalised in the AFL for that, wouldn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, you would.
In suburban footy, it's probably not deserved.
They're also a bit trigger happy, I think, with it this season in the AFL with his sufficient intent.
True,
But
they do like it.
I always find it funny how excited the umpires get to call it. You see one dashing in from the centre square, giving the big hand to the sky. They love the moment. But play will resume here as boundary throw hit the deck. It was power in the ruck this time. Very interchangeable ruck setup here for the Basin, which has provided a lot of success for them so far in this matchup. There's just Jaron Stevenson in there at the moment for Upper Gully, as Buster Todd's been playing forward of the footy a little bit more. So we'll have another stoppage.
They'd probably be almost reluctant to put Todd into the ruck because of what he's providing them in their forward 50.
It's a good point, Brush, as Mitch Brown has hands to the footy. He's been good in this second term, as we're nearly going to have another stoppage, but instead it's brought out through the boot of Bailey Aldens. And now punched away from Nuku. Ball bounced at a 180-degree angle, went straight back, but now bursting through the middle is the Basin. Kick inside 50, 2 fly from each side. Looking to bring it out now with the Kings. They do well through Darcy Meyer, who's been good down back so far in this game. And that one's just seen over the boundary line there. So we'll have another boundary throw in just outside the forward 50 of the Bears. So it feels like the footy's been locked in this half so far in this second quarter, but no impact on the scoreboard from the Basin just yet to show for it. So Upper Gully holding up well. The rucks cancel each other out again at the back of the pack, and we'll have another boundary throw in. I'm sick of calling these ones, so Gav, I'll throw to you for this one.
Well, also, since the last 2 times these sides have played, neither side has hit 10 goals in a game.
No, and I think
it might be pretty similar.
I think your prediction of what it was, 9-goal to 7 game, I reckon might come true, right?
Yeah, could happen.
It's so packed in tight, and the determination for the team that don't get it first to hold the ball in is actually impressive. But it's when it does break free, it should open up, but the skill's just letting down under that pressure valve. It's now Rucks going at it again, twice tapped by Butler. He couldn't clear that quintessential 3-metre bubble of, just solidly kept in there. And now it's going to be a ball up again, half forward, as we've talked about. This is the Basin's territorial advantage. They just haven't had a clear possession towards goal. Maybe now. Goes to Edwards. Quick kick around the corner. It's bobbling around. Pressure is under defence. Back to goal. 10 metres out. The ball, the momentum. Holding the ball! It's a big call. The Basin cheer squad, being maybe the reserves players and the fans, they called it early, and I think the umpire was up for it. As the defender ran back with the play, took the ball.
He turned around.
Don't mind it.
He did have ample opportunity. He had 2 yards.
And Upton was there, and he was ready to tackle. He knew that this could be a decision to go his way if he held it in, and he did. And Upton, from 15 metres out, I think will get the Basin back in front. So is this 6 inside 50s this quarter for their first score at goal? He might have stuck it in. He's racing along to the supporters. Hope he signals a goal. He does. He just snuck it in. And we've had 8 inside 50s for the first shot at goal for the Basin. They're back in front in a tight one. Halfway through the second term, the Basin back in front with Upton's goal. 3-4-22 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 3-2-20. He nearly missed it, but he was already in the pocket celebrating.
He certainly was. Went right to the faithful.
I think they've even got a song for him too, because the music was pumping after his goal. So there's goal songs. Are you guys fans of that?
I like it. Just wait until the last quarter. If they're in front, or if it's tight, they'll get very, very loud.
Mine's the Macarena.
So Harry Upton with his 7th goal in 7 games for this season, as this time the setting clearance is won by Harvey Meyer. Looks forward, finds a teammate in Bailey McDonald. So the Kings, maybe they just needed that goal to wake him up a bit, kick him into gear. As now they look inside forward 50 for the first time in what feels like forever. Siswerda flew out the back, didn't get a hand to the footy, but no free kick called. As it's now just a little bit of a squeak kick forward. A lot of work to do there for Josh Mason, who's wrapped up in the tackle. And the umpire will call for a ball up.
Once again, that they were very lucky, the Basin, not to get away with that sort of sling tackle.
It's been tipped wide. Still a lot of work to do as there's bodies around the footy. One of that, which is Brodie Wilson.
Just
the umpire will call for a ball up.
Sorry, Chris. Just an injury update as well with Harvey Meyer, just coming off the ground as we speak right now, just grabbing the hip sort of angle there. So we'll see. We'll come back to you for more comment on that one.
Thank you for that, Blake. Doing a great job on the boundary there with Jared Beanland as always. We'll keep an eye out for any updates from there as we're in the forward pocket. The Kings looking to get on the scoreboard. Gibbons has the footy wrapped up again. Gee, the ball just came out. I'm surprised that wasn't holding the ball, but the umpire will call for a ball up instead.
So the Upper Gully will now have probably 2 on the bench now, just due to that yellow card a couple minutes ago. So 2 on the bench for Upper Gully.
So it shouldn't be too much longer before Matthew Graham comes back onto the field, but
what
exactly
is the
right.
penalty?
2 rotations
15?
down, 15 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
That happened quite early, so I'm sure we'll see him back out there
Yeah, I think he went off at the 5-minute mark.
soon enough. The number 13 as it's brought out for the Kings. The handball was intended for Wilson, couldn't get there though, and we'll have, you guessed it, another ball up just where we are as we go to the stats end with Paul Coney.
15 tackles to 13 in favour of Upper Gully this quarter.
There we go, so 28 tackles this quarter. It's been a cagey affair to say the least as the ball's tipped down. Gibbons gets it on the right boot, sends a dumping kick outside 50, but it's well read there. Brilliant work by Rory Bailey. He's got teammates screaming for it on the far side, but the way he's lining up here, Bailey, it almost looks like he backs himself from this distance.
Yeah, he's a nice kick, Bailey. I wouldn't put it past him not putting this one through, Chris.
23 goals on the season. The man on the mark will be about 52 metres out on a 45-degree angle. The kick's on its way. It's got the carry. Does it have the direct? Did it have the carry? What's the umpire going to say? It's a goal. He sent it through from 55. That is an absolutely thumping goal from Rory Bailey. And the skipper takes charge as the Kings hit the front again.
Well, he's a beautiful kick of the footy, and we know he can get on to the end of those ones. And that is the goal of the day contender at the moment. We haven't got the award today, but if there was one,
that's
that
definitely
would be the clubhouse leader.
Well, there was about 5 or 6 Basin defenders on the goal line, but none of them could get to it. As we've seen now, Cole Delaney just start hobbling off.
Yeah, just saw that there, Chris. Unfortunate for the Basin. He's looking like he's in a bit of strife. We'll keep you updated on that one, though.
Maybe a cramp.
Looks like cramp perhaps.
Ankle?
Maybe that's it.
Be interesting to see a cramp in the second quarter. That's the only thing that might say otherwise. As Ethan Powell goes forward, he might get out the back of the pack. There was a bit of a hold there from Edwards. Looking to bring it out now with the Kings. They do well. Chip kick was perfectly weighted. Gets to Brayden Wilson. His kick was not perfectly weighted at all, though. Bit to do now for Patrick Bullock. They go backwards. Bateson gets it off to a teammate. Now they can go forward as Travis Strange takes the mark. He's going to get hunted down. Strange just got the kick off. Oh, and what a kick it was. Play on. Mark taken. McDonald. Goldwoods. And he's missed. Gee, Travis Strange was maybe the calmest person out here as he waltzed through the middle there with the resulting shot at goal got pulled wide.
But to see a ruckman run someone down from 10 metres away would have made my day.
He's got a lot more pace than what I thought he would.
I think the pace is just in the gate.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Huge.
Yeah, Power nearly got him and nearly got my pleasure valves
like
pulsating.
watching our umpire yesterday in the reserves.
Oh, that guy was massive. I can't believe that still.
Well, it's probably close to nearly the team goal of the day, that.
He looks like a bit of Wemby from the San Antonio Spurs.
The guy yesterday.
Yeah, tall ass. That's the tallest umpire I've ever seen.
So it's at half forward for Upper Ferntree Gully. They've back in front after that big goal from the skipper, and nearly some exciting play as the ball opened up through the corridor, but it's on the outer side, trapped outer side at the moment. But they, when Upper Gully can just get balls in open reach, they're pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And they will take a risk to get the reward, but it just missed the goal shot recently. So the Basin tried to get it going. That's a good mark in a contest. Holding up great ground was Darcy Meyer. Now he hands it off to a runner. Long ball goes into half forward on the bounce. Trying to get there was Mason. Beats him. The Bears hold up. Spilt ball. The umpire sees no ill possession. McDonald trying to get out of play, gets it onto his teammate, and a goal by Wilson. Wilson right position to get the receive, and from 20 metres out, quick snap around the corner, and Wilson kicks the second goal for the term for Upper Ferntree Gully, and they get a little buffer. One we haven't seen for Upper Ferntree Gully. They're fifth on the board, 5-3-33, leading the Basin 3-4-22.
Once again, the Basin have dominated possession early in the quarter, had it in their forward 50 for about 7 or 8 minutes, and then once again Upper Gully have taken control and made the most of their opportunities when it's presented themselves, gentlemen.
They look dangerous when they can surge forward like that and link up.
So the Rucks will go out once more. Todd in the ruck this time. That's something we haven't seen all too often throughout this game, as it's brought out. Todd's got the footy now, just gets a handball out wide, looking to dump it off to a teammate. Plenty of bodies around it, dropping around the footy, just gets sent on the right boot around the corner in the direction of the Kings forward 50. Around it was Nuku. He's been a bit quieter so far today. Power, the ruckman, just gets a handball off. Did well to get it to Swindle, his teammate. Now Swindle looking for the return again. Nuku was around the footy applying pressure, and it's out for a boundary throw. And while we have this miniature break, I just have to say, I know it's not EFNL footy, but in the AFL, Harry Sheasel's stat line at the moment is 40 disposals and 2 goals too, and it's not even three-quarter time.
Who's he playing, the blind?
The Tigers.
Oh, it's like a Nick Dacos game that he did against the Tigers.
So we'll have a boundary throw-in. Gee, wrapped up in a big tackle there. The ball spills loose. They're looking to bring it out through Adrian Catalano. And Gibbons around it, only one man tackling, meaning he will get an arm free and get the handball out. We'll be wrapped up again as we're 24 gone in this second term. 22 plays 33, the Kings up in this Division 3 elimination final.
Gee, another goal here by Upper Gully will make it really interesting here.
Go a long, long way, that's for sure. Next goal will be absolutely massive. As bringing it out now is Catalano once more. Hit as he kicked was Rory Bailey, but he gets it inside 50 nevertheless. Powers around the foot, I should say Butler is around the footy, my apologies. He's wrapped up straight away though, so no one willing to give up an inch at the moment.
It almost feels like, Chris, that the Basin actually do need the next goal.
It's been low scoring so far, 3-5. It's an 11-point margin as the Rucks got it once more. Todd won the tap, right foot around the corner from about 50 out. There's plenty around the footy, but it's well spoiled by the defenders from the Basin. Just in the goal square, getting it over. So takes this game out to a 12-point margin, 2 kicks in it.
You're right though, it is an important 5 to 6 minutes here to finish off the quarter. Just not to concede another one, going to half-time, 2 goals down.
Plenty of pressure in the kick, and as it's hoofed down the corridor. That kick probably went about 75 metres. It's a very, very well taken mark in there though. And now they look to bring it out to the weak side as they do the switch, and they do it well. Mark taken by Braden Wilson. Gee, I don't know what that was, but he almost just dropped the ball onto his foot and forgot that he needed to swing his leg at it. And now the Bears can go the other way. It's a mark taken in the middle. Upton is 1v1 in the forward 50. Sends it that way. Matthew Smith's around it, but plenty of defenders get back, and well done from Jack Harrop there, as that might be, I know we don't have a reward for it, but that is probably
Boundary.
clanger of the day there. So we go boundary side to Jared Beelan.
Yeah, Carl Delaney's day is done. His ankle's been strapped, and Basin will be down to 3 rotations.
6 intercept marks to 2 in this quarter in favour of Upper Gully.
They wasted that opportunity, didn't they, Brash?
Yeah.
Just wasn't.
So the Basin with a lot of territory throughout this game, not able to make a count on the scoreboard, and now without Delaney, that's a big out. As there's contact in the air there, it's a free kick going the way of Matthew Graham, who's back on after that yellow card earlier on in this term.
Gee, I reckon that was 50-50. I would have let that one go.
No, it's a free kick, but I think the officiating umpire said it wasn't.
So Graham looked long. It's fallen to Strange now at the back of the pack, and it's a well-taken mark playing in front. I don't know if the call was play on. There was only one Basin player that knew about it. And he absolutely crunched him in a tackle. So
what was the call, touched?
It must have been touched. It didn't look touched from our vantage point, but of course the umpires are much closer than we are, so we'll give them benefit of the doubt in that call as Gibbons has the footy. He's wrapped up straight away. They're appealing that he fell on it, and they've given the call. Can't just drop on the footy, and they're learning that now, the Kings.
Almost feels like a crowd free kick and one of those ones that a square up there, Chris.
Yeah, well, we maybe had the crowd call a free kick for the Basin earlier on in the forward 50. We have one now for Brodie Wilson lining up for his third of the day. This would be his 35th on the season.
Tell you what, this is a really important goal here. The Basin can't afford to go down at least 3 goals at half time.
This will hurt. There's a siren. So on a tight angle for a right footer, probably about 55 degrees, 25 out. Wilson on the right, drops it through, and there's never any doubt. Gives the crowd a bit of a celebration as the Kings wrap up the second quarter in the best way that they could ask for, as Brodie Wilson gets his third. And all of a sudden in this game, despite the Basin having all the territory dominance early on, he's starting to maybe get out of hand a bit as halftime score reads the Basin 3-4-22, trailing up a Ferntree Gully 6-4-40. As before we let you go for your halftime break, your goal kicker so far in this one for the Basin, singles 2, Connor Edwards, Riley Boland and Harry Upton. And then on the other side of things, Upper Gully taking this game by the neck, Brodie Wilson with 3 goals himself, and then singles to Byron McDonald, Rory Bailey and Buster Tott. That's all for the first half. We'll have a short break and then return for our halftime show before we get into the second half of this Division 3 elimination final. It's the Kings so far by 18.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Division 3 final series played here at East Springwood Reserve. The 2 competing clubs are the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully in a cutthroat final where there is no second chances for either of these sides, and it looks like at the moment it could be going the Basin's way, with Upper Gully taking a lead of 6-4-40 to the Basin's 3-4-22. It's halftime show. My name is Blake Tennant and I'm joined by my co-boundary reporter Jared Beeland. It's an interesting quarter, I feel like. We didn't get a score in that second quarter for a solid 10 to 15 minutes. And then the Upper Gully Footy Club got things going forward with kicking 3 goals to the Basin 1. So it's an interesting second quarter, isn't it?
Yeah, it was fascinating to watch. A story of two halves of that quarter, really. First up was the Basin really being able to lock it in, cause stoppage after stoppage. Their pressure was excellent. They did get it forward on occasion, but they just didn't quite find free space within their forward line. It felt like a bit of their structure kind of fell apart. Upper Ferntree Gully's defence have been on point, and the ball movement by the Basin was just a little bit rushed. In the end, the Kings were able to gain control of the tempo a little bit. They had a few sort of passages of play there where they were able to take control of the game, and in the end they started winning not just the tempo game but also the contest and the territory battle, and they got the reward on the board with 3 goals that quarter.
Yeah, definitely. And the Basin look a little bit injury, at the moment with 2 injuries at the moment with I think Power, you said to me, Ethan Power looks like he's down, and I don't think we'll be seeing Kyle Delaney if he's in ice with an ankle injury.
Yeah.
That looks like 2 injuries at the moment to the Basin at the moment, and where Upper Gully will now have a full bench, I presume, with the yellow card, and Harvey Mayer, we don't know about him, if he'll be coming.
We'll check that out for sure.
So they're going to have 3 rotations if Harvey Mayer is allowed and class-wise fit, you would say.
Mm-hmm.
So Upper Gully at this stage, the momentum's going their way, I feel like, for this second half, because that goal there by Brody Wilson, kind of settled them into this second half of action, Jared.
It is definitely going their way. The Basin, I would say, they just need to generate a little bit more momentum from the midfield. I think it's going to be their strength, that contested ball game. Your players like Gibbons, the Edwards brothers, Jack Lavender as well for a bit of run. They just need to, start winning those clearances and maybe calm down a bit when it comes to entering forward 50, because they've been very rushed, and Upper Ferntree Gully, their backline, have been able to feast on that pretty easily. The intercept marks have been telling.
So I'm going to ask you this question now, Jared. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Here we go.
How do you think the Basin could get it on their terms in the second half to win this Cup Road elimination final?
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be with speed through the corridor, to be honest. If they keep winning the clearances, then, or if they, it's their strong point, right, the clearance game. It's what we've seen. If they are able to generate power there, then that's great. But also the passages of play, they just needed to get it into the hands of their better ball users. I don't know, find a bit more space. They just don't seem to want to take too much tempo, and maybe they do need to settle it down a little bit and take a leaf out of the King's book.
Do you feel like Connor Edwards, kicked the opening goal? Do you think he needs to get going as well to, put a stamp on, this game for the Basin?
Yeah, I think Gibbons needs a bit of support in there. Obviously, he's huge. He's always going to be a presence. So those other midfielders do need to step up. It's going to be difficult if Power doesn't get back onto the ground as well, because Buster Todd's been Todd's been playing forward. It was Jaron Stevenson has been giving Upper Ferntree Gully first use. Started to win the ruck contest against Aidan Butler later in that quarter, and if it continues to go that way, I struggle to see the Basin being able to generate much from the midfield.
And we might just quickly go through, since we are doing the halftime show. There's a game down a couple kilometres up the road, I would say, down at Jubilee Park for the qualifying final. Now, I don't know if these scores are correct, but it reads at the moment it's a draw between Scoresby and Knox, 3-6 apiece, 24. But I might do some more researching. But I'll just ask you a quick question as well, Jared. Are you still sticking with your tip? I think you went Upper Gully, did you?
Yeah, I did. I think it pretty easily. They're up by 3 goals right now. That's exactly what I tipped them by. So, but I think they'll end up actually extending that lead from the looks of it. They just a bit too much class from the Kings. Just a bit too much composure with ball in hand when you compare it with the Basin. And I think they'll be able to take it from here. Interesting scores though from that game at Jubilee.
I don't know if it's correct, so that's why I'm doing some fine research at the moment, Jared. I know we're a bit all over this, but I still haven't got it. I'm just going to back the system in.
Back it in, yeah.
Jubilee Park. Might have to do some texting and find my sources that I have down at Jubilee Park. But
wonderful.
I think the Kings will get home here. I think that goal there by Brody Wilson really stamped his authority on the game and how they're going to go. The Basin, if they want to get back into this game, it is only 3 goals. I get that, but it just looks like their forwards aren't functioning enough. And you need to function enough too. Kobe Ferguson, he's kicked a few goals. Matthew Smith, he's another one that gets on, and West as well. Sorry, Aleem West as well. He gets on the scoreboard as well. So,
he does. Yeah.
So
Matthew Smith also, he's a contender to take some contested grabs, but we've just not been seeing it. I think they've been outplayed by the Kings backline.
And I've been really happy with how the Kings have gone in the backline, and Buster Todd, he's having a really good game for the Kings. So
yeah, he is. He's a presence.
Yeah. So all right. So we might wrap things up here. This has been the halftime show presented by Eastland. Of course, I've just might have made that one up. But at the moment, it's halftime. The Basin leading Upper Gully 6-4-40 to the Basin 3-4-22.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve for the second half of the elimination final Division 3. It's the Upper Ferntree Gully leading 6-4-40 by 18 points over the Basin, 3-4-22. It's been a fiery contest. There's been a little bit going on. Close game with Upper Gully getting 3 goals in the second half of that second term just to break clear by their 18-point margin. So we're about to get the third quarter underway. We'll get some comments before the quarter starts. If we've Brash, what's your thoughts of what's going to come up?
I think, Gav, the opening 5 minutes of this quarter is going to be crucial for the Basin. They need to score the first goal. If Upper Gully score 2 quick ones, it could throw the cat among the pigeons here, I reckon.
I agree. I think it's now and ever for the Basin in these first 5 minutes. I know it's only 3 goals of margin, but just with the way that quarter finished, they're going to be down at least one rotation, maybe 2. It's going to be tough if they concede the first couple in this quarter.
There is the siren that will get us going. The ball's held aloft and thrown up. Butler wins the tap for the Basin. They'll try to get the first clearance of the third term, but not getting too far out of it is Scott, so the ball's handed back to the umpire. We've had a lot of repeat ball ups after the first one. Butler gets knocked down instead of taking the tap, so it'll maybe burst away, but bursting out of the pack is Swindle, who reverses it going the Basin's way. Hand pass forward, now long ball inside 50, ground level trying to shark the missed mark was Kobe Ferguson, but over his head and out of bounds left pocket going to the Mount Dandenong Road. And the Basin, they're good at starting the quarters. Are they running out of puff, or is it just there's so much energy in their game that they have to apply with the close checking and the high tackles in stoppages that they really can't last a quarter?
No, and I think that's the problem. Sometimes you feed off enthusiasm and confidence when you're scoring, and they haven't enjoyed any of the fruits of their labour so far, the Basin, Gav.
Yeah, I do like the game of the umpires. If we're going to talk about best players, in terms of contribution, the umpires have really kept an eye on a fiery contest, and I know just watching them at half-time, they had a few things to talk about, and they're enjoying the game as much as anyone, but they've got to keep their eye on the ball. And it seems like the fire's gone out of it, and the concentration is on the contest so far, but it hasn't gone too far out of every stoppage. And it'll be another ball in, 30 metres away from goal.
Small update for you on the game down at Jubilee. There's been a pretty bad injury, so game's currently stopped. Potential broken leg. I'll try to find out who it is.
Not good.
Yeah, that's a painful injury, that one. Brother went through that as a kid, and I know it's very painful.
That's probably why the quarter went for 48 minutes, I think, because I think that's what it's in Play HQ.
Clearing kick for Upper Gully might be turned over, but just with the head over the ball, the Basin can't get a clear possession and not getting it going forward with Scott. So it's a ball up 60 metres away from the Basin's goal. Take it away, Chris.
Bit of a cagey start to this one, as a lot of the game has been so far. Is we're going to bring it out with Strange. Decided to soccer it along the ground, but as soon as it was picked up by a Basin player, they're upped up, and we'll have another ball up. Centre wing on this far side. Scoreboard reads 3-4-22, Upper Ferntree Gully 6-4-40. So the Kings up by 18 as it stands. Rucks will fly high. I think just hit each other's hands in mid-air rather than the ball, and it's sent forward now. A chase for the Bears, and a very well taken mark there by Matthew Smith, who's been kept quiet so far today. But now has his chance to make a bit of noise, as he has 27 goals on the season, 7 best on votes as well. So we'll be looking to make that goal number 28. He'll be kicking from about 50 out on a 45-degree angle.
It's about the same area that Bailey was kicking from. They really need this goal, the Basin.
They do. This will be massive. They haven't been able to really impact the scoreboard with their dominance early on in these quarters. As here's Smith, kicks on its way. It's got the carry, and it's accurate. You hear the call. Maybe that's something for the Basin to rally around. Matthew Smith gets his first of the day. Goal number 28 on the season, and he cuts the lead down to 12 points.
Well, it's the one they needed. Needed the first one of the game. They couldn't just dominate territory in the first 5 to 10 minutes. They needed a score as well. So to be able to kick one in the first 3.5 minutes, it's a big tick for the Basin. See if they can repeat this in the centre.
You'd almost feel like, though, that the Basin are only going to get one more opportunity at this, and if they don't make hay now with the amount of possession they're getting, they won't win this game.
It's a very good point, Bryce. As Butler wins a tip, gets it to Gibbons. His kick was smothered straight away, but he gets it forward. Matthew Smith's down behind play, but play will continue. Not Smith, sorry, it was Mitch Brown behind play, but ball's in the forward 50 of the Basin. It was dragged in then by a Bear, and that's holding the ball.
That was a good call there by
debating, but it is the right call. So now a chance for Catalano to go wide. It would do that. Just about hits his target with a kick. Springing off for the handball receiver was Rory Bailey. He's got Ferguson in pursuit, and he's just taken around the boundary line.
Probably lucky not to get penalised there, Bailey.
Yep, so...
Boundary line was his saviour then.
That's exactly right. As Kobe
Shouldn't be.
Ferguson was definitely
Yeah,
up to the chase. His boundary thong will probably drop just outside the Basin's forward 50 arc. As Mitch Brown makes his way off the field. There was Smith doing the rucking work, bit of an unlikely ruckman for the time being, but well taken mark there from Bailey McDonald. In fact, it wasn't a mark, he must have grasped it, so the umpire will call for a ball up.
Just on that, Brash, it's either holding the ball or deliberate. You don't get it. You don't get to walk out of bounds just because you might be tackled. And if you get tackled inside when you had 3 seconds, holding the ball.
Yeah.
So the rucks go at each other. No one really able to get the ball in the air. So when it hit the deck, it was Stevenson there for the Kings, but he's wrapped up straight away. So Jaron Stevenson against his direct opponent, Aidan Butler, once more. The Bears looking to win the stoppage. Wrapped up again there. As we'll have another ball up. Maybe some 65, 70 metres out from the Basin uprights.
Yeah, it's interesting for the Basin bowl, and he just had a big opportunity, spilt it, and that's why he dragged it in, because I think he regretted spilling the opportunity before. So can the Basin, when they get an inside 50, capitalise on their territorial advantage? I'd want a stat from Paul, if you're taking it today, marks inside 50.
Yeah, the marks inside 50, not too many in the game so far. 3-2 in favour of the Basin.
Yeah, that's huge. That's why we're low scoring. We're not getting clear shots at goal either side. Kick out to upper Ferntree. Gully goes to centre forward, but Scott picked this time it's been picked up by Smith. Smith just wheels around under fierce pressure of tacklers, gets to the centre forward, but a big pack of players around the ball, and the ball bounces back to the centre of East Ringwood Reserve, where the umpire will have to get involved and ball it up. Butler just trying to hold off. He's had a lot of energy into a lot of rock contests. He tries to stand up this time. Now the kick out goes by Edwards. Goes to the forward line. Good defensive mark by Meyer.
Played well, Meyer.
He just stood up. Nice leap at it. His ball across ground was dangerous. Going to be chopped off. Well done there by Scott. Now picks it up. Long ball inside 50. Smith running with the flight. Not first one there, and it goes out of full. In fact, just when he wanted it slightly more in the corridor, he had to chase it to the pocket, and the ball went sailing out of bounds, much to the relief of the upper Ferntree Gully defence. So long ball out, long kick to half back, out of side. Again, the Basin's getting good numbers around the foot of the ball, and they hold it up. It'll be 60 metres away from their goals. I like Scott in this quarter. He's getting more involved. He's charging off half-back just to get involved. But that inside 50 kick is not clearly finding a target, unfortunately, for the Basin. Butler again wins a tap. Roves his own ruck work. Nicely done. Tries to hand to a teammate. He's in a heap of trouble, but the ball's been distracted with a long kick. Smith again. It's like take two. Running with the flight of the ball, but it's out of bounds in the pocket. So if you're the Bear supporter, I know if you're repeatedly getting frustrated, the bubble might burst soon, unfortunately, for the Basin.
It'll be brought back into play here. Kings just assessing their options forward of the footy as Strange led up. It was ignored. It's just a high kick, looking to take any territory necessary as Butler gets a big right fist to it and punches it out over the boundary line.
It was bringing the rain, that kick.
Yep, so Upper Gully just taking some much needed territory to clear the lines there as we go around the grounds of Puyakoni.
The clearances so far this quarter are 5-1 the way of the Basin.
Thanks for that, Paul. In the stat centre as well, a bit of a dual task on for him today, getting us the scores from the other final in Division 3, as well as keeping the stats for this one. As
it might be still half time, Chris, at Ringwood.
Speaking of that, the update is it was the 2024 joint best and fairest Gavin Pearce with an injury. Knox, I think he. So that'll be a season ender, I think.
That's one of their quality players too, Knox. They've not had a good run with injuries this year with their top liners.
So Todd wins the ball out of the ruck, tapped it, and then roved his own work. As now it's Gibbons around the footy looking to bring it out, does so well, just about got on the left boot, and it's squirmed its way out over the boundary line for Thorns. We'll go to Paul.
Inside 50s this quarter are 6-0 the way of the Basin.
So the Basin again, starting off this third term like they have the other two. There's a lot of territorial advantage. But
they just need to get goals from them.
Yep, they only have one goal to show for it at the moment. The Kings have done a good job of weathering the storm as Gibbons sends it forward and sends over the boundary line. Nicely taken mark there from our spectator just past the Jazz partner sign. It's got the two mids to it, very calm under pressure there as The kick will fall short. Going back with the flow as a Basin defender. Almost didn't expect it to drop to him, as now they go forward through Catalano, do the Kings. Kick finds Anuku, who's had a bit of a quieter day by his standards, but
yeah, I think he's only touched the ball about 5 times.
he'll look to
Chris?
change that now, as this is a dumping kick inside 50. Plenty of flyers for it to get out the back of the pack. One of those with the ball is Brodie Wilson. Now it's working its way back around, centering ball, plenty under it, flying, grabs at it. G couldn't quite take it as he fell to his knees. Was 33 and Bailey McDonald. And we will have a ball up just outside the Kings' goal. So,
and this is what the Basin have got to avoid here.
Yep.
They can't afford to let Upper Gully score a goal here.
yeah, the tale of the tape so far in this game will tell you that this one's going to end up as a major, as it's found its way just outside the boundary line in the pocket. Still have a boundary throw-in. Ferntree Gully looking to respond. They're up 12 at the moment, looking to make that 18. As the boundary throw-in comes in, it will be Butler against Stevenson, then misses them both. Ferguson was around the footy applying pressure, couldn't quite taken himself, handball out. Well done, got it to Thomas Edwards, who now looks to clear. Gibbons is around it, Ferguson will go again, overran the footy, plenty of bodies dropping around it. One who pulled it in was Rory Bailey, and that's holding the ball. And it's consistent with what's been paid so far, as now Kobe Ferguson, as the footy in the long sleeves, looks out to the line. G undercooked the kick. Couldn't quite take it clean. There was a Kings defender, but now it gets it to a teammate, Darcy Meyer. Meyer looks inside. They're doing well at the moment. Down, I think, after maybe rolling an ankle, was Braden Wilson in the wing. And the intercept mark is taken there by Aidan Butler in the defensive 50.
Switch on is always dangerous, but there's a reward if Lavender can take it and run. He's got a hand pass receiver, and here go the Basin off half back, trying to spear up Edwards in front position. Nice two grabber. Good mark by Edwards. So Connor Edwards too far away from goal to add to his goal tally. He got us underway in this game. Now he's just looking at short options first. Now he goes slightly longer to half forward. He's hugging the line. I reckon he's thankful. And Smith's thankful that for once the ball was in play when he had a marking attempt.
Yeah, that's true. It's not a bad result for them. They can reset here just outside their forward 50.
I think they need to be more deliberate going forward, but they just don't have the time and space around half forward when they do have opportunities this quarter, the Basin. Now ground level, picked up and running is Bateson. He goes around the corner, underneath at McDonald. He was spoiled. Knock on was clever by the other McDonald, but running off defence was Burrows. His ball was smothered. You can hear it in the effects. Mike still goes 30 because it pounded off the defenders. Bobbling around does the ball. Ferguson was in there and about. He couldn't take it with him. He's a little bit disappointed, but the umpire says good effort everyone. We'll ball it up 40 metres out from the Basin's goal. Doing pretty much all the attacking. Trailed by 3/4 at half time, and now they are 12 minutes in, 12 points behind. The defence again holds up. Clearing kick goes over the head of Armstrong, who had his opposite number well contained, but he couldn't take the mark in the contest, and it's out of bounds on the wing of East Ringwood Reserve. And great facilities now here at East Ringwood, and that's why they're hosting EFNL finals.
Because of the pressure, both sides hand to foot skills it's just been a little bit off this afternoon.
Butler to Chirkop. Chirkop couldn't get out of the congestion. He didn't have much opportunity, but he dropped it like a hot spud, and he'll be holding the ball against him.
Liberty Bateson to bring this one back into play. Chips it down the line, finds a teammate in his skipper and Rory Bailey. Bailey's worked his way in this matchup well, just looks down the line, big fly, nowhere near it though, so it'll be a free kick against Bailey's word. I'm looking for the miraculous, we didn't get near enough. Because now it's Anuku. Again, just a thumping kick inside forward 50. He's got that in his locker, that's for sure. It's at the back now, looking to do the roving work. The Crumb couldn't quite pick up the footy. And now we'll have a ball up just next to the behind post inside Upper Gully's forward 50. So it was Jacob Bateson there, just not able to burst through. As the rucks will go out of Buckler, will just grab it. His kick was it touched, because it's gone straight out of bounds. And it was not touched, it will be out of bounds on the full. Jacob Bateson will bring this one back into play now.
Front and square, my friend.
Yeah, be looking for a centering ball. There's plenty of options. Look for the lead, 2v1. Lot to ask of his team as Mitch Brown's around it, but now tackled over the line. I believe it was Ryan Smith. So we'll have a boundary throw in now inside the forward pocket. This one will drop about 15-20 metres out from goal.
The Basin have pushed every player forward of the centre here.
As it got over the top of the rucks, it's still a lot of footy to be won here. Well tackled there as Brodie Wilson looked to burst away. He wasn't going anywhere.
So the one thing that Upper Gully have been able to do is they've been able to force the Basin out of their position.
Well, they've got one behind the ball too as well, Upper Gully.
Yeah.
So we'll have a ball up. Buster Todd's one that's dropped defensively as well as we wrapped up once more. Mitch Brown not letting his opponent go anywhere. We'll have another ball up. So Rucks will go at it, just discarded of his opponent, did Aidan Butler. Umpire said play on. Todd flew, so too did Matthew Smith. Punched forward by Patrick Bullock. And it's into the hands of Rory Bailey. He's wrapped up and we'll have another ball up.
So now they seem to spread a bit more and Basin gets some forwards inside their forward 45 as Butler wins, but he doesn't. Now they might get it out. Some sharing goes through Edwards to the ruck. Now Swindle, long ball from halfback, clears Smith. Smith runs back with it, so does his defender, and Harrop, great poise, picks it up, nicely passes off to Meyer, and they'll clear out. Buster Todd, he had some heat on him, but he was courageous, and he gets on the ball, kicks it to McDonald. McDonald hands it off to his teammate in Bateson. Bateson goes short when there probably was better options longer. And he was discussing that with the coach, who might have said, what are you doing? And he said, well, this is what I was thinking. I'm just paraphrasing. And they'll finish that discussion and get on with it. Ball out of bounds at half forward for Upper Gully. So they look at times they can burst the game open. Opposingly, the Basin are haphazard going forward, and that's why it's not working for them going inside 50. But they can get the ball, and it's been handed by Boland to the umpire. Half forward for Upper Gully. Rucks go at it. Boland again puts his body, shepherds the ball for his teammate to try to work his way free. He can't get it. Tackle applied by Lavender. Now Upper, oh, that's too high. That was Cherkov. He was just trying to get low, not low enough, because the smart play of the Upper Gully player in Mackay Bateson was to go in low, drive his body towards the tackle and get the over-the-shoulder free kick. Right foot puts a long ball as long as he can to 50, but the defence again holds up nicely. Like a baby giraffe getting back on his feet, he was a bit wobbly. So short pass on. Lavender takes the mark at half-back. He's looking composed. He's going to go inboard. Risks the turnover, and it might just be a turnover as couldn't be controlled there by Brown. High up and under doesn't advantage Upper Gully. Now who's going to get it? Boland again. He uses more body than body lines the ball, but he does open it up for his teammates. Goes to tackle again. Cherkop getting involved. Gets a quick kick out. Spilled ball in defence by Meyer. Allows Smith to hand it on to his running teammate in Ferguson. He's got an up and over. Now inside 50. Here goes Ferguson again. Bounces off one tackler. Left foot. Centres it. Mark inside 50. Well played.
Yeah, Kobe Ferguson, just a bit of time, bit of composure, a couple of attempts there, went the don't argue, and a great centering kick to hit up a target.
Yeah, well, they did actually make hard work of it, though, to the Basin. Let's be honest, I mean, and it was a bit of a comedy of errors there for Upper Ferntree Gully. They had 3 or 4 around the ball, and they just, instead of being, they were a little bit too indecisive there.
Liam West sets shot straight in front, 40 metres out. Go West, young man, and he does!
Good goal.
The Basin, second goal of the term. They've closed the gap. A lot of energy in this game, and they've kicked their second for the quarter. It's a goal the difference.
Yeah, they were able to make Upper Gully pay for a couple of errors in their defensive half there. There was a drop mark, and of course, a beautiful kick in front of goal. And it was 15 minutes since that first goal of the quarter from the Basin. So the longer that quarter went, the more important it was to the Basin to get one, because they couldn't afford to get that margin back out to what they started at half-time. So that's a big
boundary.
goal.
So you go bench side of Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Ethan Powers not come back onto the field at all. His day seems to be done. So the Basin are down to 2 rotations, and we'll see whether or not that attrition takes its toll in the final quarter.
Thanks for that, Jared, as Bateson was almost folded in half in the tackle, but love a ball up, so you go to Paulie Coney.
Got a score update from Jubilee. The Scoresby 4-8-32 to Knox 3-7-25. 10 minutes gone in the third quarter.
Clearance was won by Mitch Brown, who got it out, and in response it was Darcy Meyer, who's wrapped up with a footy. So all of a sudden it's a 6-point game. Basin, 2 unanswered goals in this third term. Question is whether they can keep it up, as it's one out of the middle by Bailey, whose kick fell short, but he'll look to receive again. Didn't get the kick. They're asking a lot of Brodie Wilson now. He's 2v1 and got clobbered off the footy. It was well shepherded. Now a chance for the Bears to go forward. Mark taken by Harry Upton. They can go quick if they want to. Harry Upton looks down the line, finds another teammate. They're moving the footy well here. Here's Liam West, assesses his option, now throws it on the right boot, looks for the lead up of Connor Edwards. He got hit from behind when he was up for the contest. Bateson doing the roving, gives it, gets it back. Now they look down to the far side and get a mark just to calm things down.
Wasn't a bad kick because he pinpointed Edwards amongst 4 Upper Gully defenders.
Yeah, if anything, maybe just floated it a bit too much, but the Kings now with a chance to repel as we're into time on in this third quarter.
The shoulder in the back might have hurt the marking attempt.
So there's plenty of bodies around it on the centre wing far side here. Looking to pick it up was Jacob Bateson on that occasion, but it's found its way over the boundary line for a boundary throw.
Boundary.
So you go boundary side to Jared Bainland.
Yeah, upper Ferntree Gully. They're just starting to lose their system a little bit. They're not switching the ball like they had done in the first and second quarters. It's just starting to lose their way with ball in hand.
Yeah, I agree with Jad. I reckon what's happened is they've just lost their composure at the moment up at Ferntree Gully, because the thing is the Basin are really, really pressing hard, and they are really throwing everything at this contest now.
So play on is the call initially, but we'll have another ball up.
It's almost like the halftime break came at the wrong time for him, because it was probably the 10 minutes of the day that they had the most control in and the most momentum, and they've lost that here.
We've had some fairly long quarters so far, spanning 28, 29 minutes, so there's still a lot of time for Upper Gully to kick into gear, but we'll have another ball up here. As a matter of fact, it was in the second quarter. It took them conceding a goal to really start playing the way they wanted to and going after the game. So conceded 2 now. It's 5-4-34 plays 6-4-40. Very cagey affair as other boundary throw-in was 60 metres out from the Basin's uprights. No real winner of the footy. Bodies would drop around it, and for all those playing at home, you probably guessed that one right. It's another ball up. The Rucks will go at it once more. They'll cancel each other out. There's a free kick in the contest though from the unofficiating umpire. Play on called. Shot goalward. And just going back on the goal line, taking the intercept mark was Jack Harrop. It was an important effort there. We'll look to go quickly down the line, but he's asked a lot of his teammate in Riley Aldens, or Bailey Aldens I should say. It was a terrific effort to get the smother from the Basin there.
Yeah, great desperation.
Jack Lavender coming across, affecting the contest.
Sometimes you got to take one for the team too.
Yep, so it's Matthew Smith in the ruck there in the forward line. As Travis Strange looking to pick it up, he's hunted upon and almost crocodile death rolled over the boundary line. So
it's like a sumo match to just
bit
get
of
him over
afters
the line.
as well. There's whistle blown here, so I believe there'll be a free kick going one way or another.
Looks like maybe a rehearsal.
Sling?
Yeah, sling tackle.
Yeah, so we
It's
go
going
the way of
to
the
Upper
Kings.
Gully. Yeah.
Good eye there, Blakey, as they'll look to switch play through Rory Bailey.
Well explained by the umpire. Talk about theatrics you were saying, Chris. He was gesturing the roll.
And there's a whistle blown here. Maybe we just bring the ball back.
Upper Gully kick.
So Jack Harrop will have the ball. He'll try his kick again.
Jeez, he was lucky though.
Probably
To get a call back.
Yeah, probably just have to go down the line here, and he will. Plenty of bodies around it. 3v3 each. Nuku was around it, got hands to it, couldn't quite grasp the mark. Now it's gone. The footy would just find space. Plenty of bodies around it, just sent forward. That kick's going to drift wide, but it's out of bounds before he got to the boot, so we'll have a boundary throw-in.
At the moment, the Upper Gully need their guns to start really trying to infiltrate this contest. Nuku and Todd, they're going to have to try and start taking control of the contest to get their side back into the contest here.
Gibbons just steps over it, unfortunately, as the boundary throw-in was longer than the rucks.
They can't win those. They're not winning those clearances that they were Upper Gully.
Even Travis Strange has been a little bit quieter, bro.
Brown breaks out of 2 tackles, now pushes off and runs towards 50. Spearing ball to the leading full forward, 2 grabs at it, free kick paid. It's a spoil against Edwards that has now been called against Upper Gully, and Edwards had 2 grabs at it. Where was the free kick?
Oh, no, I think it was there. It was just more that was the advantage.
Yeah.
Should that have been taken or not?
I got a feeling that was around the neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a mark, Blake, because he still was... I
reckon it wasn't.
No, the umpire called free kick.
The umpire signalled that there was an arm drag in there somewhere, so it must have been that.
Yeah, it looked like it came down and hit him on the head, actually.
But I love the play of Brown there, taking it. We haven't seen that from the Basin, pushing away from the contest, charging out of a stoppage.
She's a big kick here.
Yeah, such a big kick because it'll level things as we go towards 3/4 time. If Edwards can kick his second for the game, it'll be all tied up. 45 metres out, goal umpire's not working, it's a beauty! Edwards, second goal for the day. It's all tied up in elimination final. 25 minutes gone, third term. 6-4 the Basin, 6-4 the Upper Ferntree Gully, 40th apiece. We got a game on.
Well, it's been a real gutsy quarter here from the Basin to get back into it, because coming into half time we were a little bit worried. They were a couple down on the bench, struggling to get anything going out of the midfield. They've now dominated this quarter.
They're on 2 on the bench at the moment, boys.
Chances of a draw?
50s at the moment have been very dominant. They've had 9 of 3 clearances their favour, and they lead the entire 50s 13-3.
So all of a sudden, it's almost like this game's been flipped on its head. 6-4, 40 apiece. Absolutely deadlocked here in the Division 3 elimination final at East Ringwood Reserve. I was looking to bring it out, was Scott. Couldn't quite do so, so it's a ball up. 26 gone in this third term. Gee, the Basin will not want that siren to sound just yet.
What do you reckon? Chances of a draw, gents?
Even money?
Even money?
As we'll get out the back of the pack, Scott in pursuit once more. He's wrapped up by his opponent and dumped by Jacob Bateson. Must be said, Jacob Bateson, one of the more silent contributors so far for Upper Ferntree Gully. He's been playing very well so far today. As Todd goes in the ruck with Butler, no real winger. Strange looking to bring it out. He's set upon immediately, so we'll have another ball up where we started everything off, just in the centre. And the ruck's got it once more. Butler gets it to Gibbons, just about got it onto the boot. Now the Gully have to defend once more. They get it to a teammate in Wilson. Now a few handball receives. Bateson will go backwards. They'll go forwards now with a kick, send it inside forward. 50 leading up, couldn't quite take the mark. Handball backwards, Bates has got to get set up on side, a bit of candy right. Now the kick inside forward, 50, one out in the goal square as teammates come to provide some support, and it's punched over the boundary line. So finally the Upper Ferntree Gully forwards have something to do. I was looking at them thinking, gee, maybe they're getting a bit cold. They've just been standing there all quarter, but there's a ball up now. This is a chance for Upper Ferntree Gully just to retake the lead, just to settle themselves a bit. This boundary throwing comes in. Butler wins it. Stevenson gets a tap out. Strange left foot tight angle. That is absolutely threading the needle. As you say, you need your big players to step up, and what a bigger player than Travis Strange, just roving the pack there, and on the left foot going away from goal on that angle. That is absolutely inch perfect.
Well, Riley Boland's been watching him closely, playing him closely that quarter, but that time he let Strange get away from him and just had way too much space, got in front, and what a finish.
Sometimes the good players only need a yard or a metre or two.
Yeah, you can't give him that sort of room.
It takes a player like Strange to perhaps kick what we might look back on as one of the most important goals of the game.
So Upper Ferntree Gully fans, just breathe. There's the first goal of the third term for them. Back out to a 6-point lead, 6-4-40, play 7-4-46 as they'll go forward again. They couldn't get another one here, could they? No, they can't. As three-quarter time siren sounds like you just heard. It is the Basin storming through in that third term, but trail at this break, this final break, by 6 points. Goal kickers so far, 2 to Connor Edwards for the Basin. Singles for Matthew Smith, Riley Bolland, Liam West and Harry Upton. We're on the other side of things for Upper Gully. Still the 3-goal holder, Brody Wilson. And then singles to Travis Strange, Byron McDonald, Rory Bailey, Buster Todd. So we'll go away shortly for our final break in this Division 3 elimination final before we return here from the coaches and get ready for what will be a thrilling fourth quarter in this game.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve, and we have a cracker of an elimination final in Division 3 of the EFNL. It's the Basin, who kicked 3 goals, undisputed, in that third term to close it to a dead level game. But the late goal for Upper Ferntree Gully from Strange means that they lead at 3/4 time. It's 7-4-46, Upper Ferntree Gully leading this elimination final to the Basin 6-4-40. It's a 6-point advantage for the Kings, as the huddles are still, the coaches, they must be intense at the moment. The message that they want to express is vitally important, because as Jared Beanland was saying, Upper Ferntree Gully seem to have lost their system in the third quarter for a lot of that quarter. So what message will they get? The Basin have so much momentum going forward, but they've only converted 6 times.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. Who's going to take their chances?
Yeah.
There's been 6 and 7 goals a piece. There's probably going to be maybe potentially
3 goals,
3 or 4 more goals left in it, potentially, if the game continues this way.
The inside 50, so the inside 50s, the Basin lead 35-19. So the Basin have kicked 6 from 35, and while Upper Gully have kicked 7 from 19. So
we've just gotten the score update from the other final from Ray Baird, who's floating around here. It's Knox up 49-32.
It's a bit of an upset brewing. So keep in mind, the winner of this game will play the loser of that game. Let's go down to the boundary.
I've got Chris Fletcher, coach of Upper Ferntree Gully. Mate, what was the message at 3/4 time? It was a pretty intense affair out there.
Yeah, we know it was always going to be a 4-quarter contest, and the Basin responded really, really well to having second quarter dominance. They probably collapsed the game in a little bit again and making it a tight contest. We know that our strength is to get the ball If we can do that, hopefully we can get a result.
Absolutely, and the inside 50 entries, that was something that you mentioned as well, trying to get a bit deeper.
Yeah, inside 50s both ways, hurting both sides, I think. So the deeper we can get it in, the better.
Thanks, Chris. Good luck.
Thank you for that, Jared. Down there on the boundary line with head coach of the Upper Ferntree Gully Kings, Chris Fletcher, there ahead of this fourth quarter as we go to Blake on the boundary as well.
Yeah, the Basin head coach just spoke to Joel Perry there. You know, he's really just put the heart. You got to put the heart on here. Half an hour of work to go, and you know, Basin are into a semi-final. So, and he was just talking about the supporters. They've loved the club for a long time. You know, it's been a while since the Basin have been in finals, and this will mean so much for the supporters and also the play. So it's all up to them now, and they're backing the system in.
And they're kicking to the left side of your screen where the Basin Army is down in the pocket there. So if they get one early in this quarter, well, they will erupt.
What do you call it? Do you call it the Bear Cave Army? Because I know that's what they call it down there.
The Bear Cave, yeah, I'm not too sure.
We'll run with that for now as we get ready to get this final quarter underway in the Division 3 elimination final. We ask both teams, how's your bottle? How bad do you want it? As you go into it, Upper Ferntree Gully lead by 6. It's Butler out of the ruck, continuing his dominance, but the Kings win the first centre clearance of this final term. Off hands in the defensive 50 for the Bears. Just managed to get a dumping left foot kick out. Footy's hit the ground. It's a 2v2. Bit of a full race at the moment. It's been touched to the advantage by the Bears. 2v1 now. Bumped and then tackled Upton. And that's holding the ball. Gee, maybe a bit harsh, but free kick will go the way of Darcy Meyer, who's had a terrific game in defensive 50 and will play on straight away as Upton's still on the ground, sends it forward. Kick will drop short of the 50-yard, plenty of flyers. Ball will drop to the pack, looking to burst out of there with it was Armstrong. Got it to a teammate, but he's wrapped up straight away.
Believe it or not, the forwards of both sides are really struggling to take their grabs around that centre forward region today.
So the rucks cancel each other out as the footy hit the deck. Now Butler with it, wrapped up by his direct opponent, Jared Stevenson. And Jared Stevenson just holding the play up there. So we'll have another ball up as those two will go at it once more. Butler wins it this time. Bears looking to bring it out, can't quite do so through Mitch Brown as he's wrapped up in the tackle.
Every clearance here off the stoppage is basically crucial now.
Yeah, everything is vital now. Everything's amplified as Butler almost taps it to himself. Look to burst through. That's holding the ball though.
Yep.
So it was well done there in the tackle by Bailey McDonald, who gave up a lot of size but stuck the tackle well. And he looks inside forward 50 at the front of the pack. Now it gets out the back. Plenty of ones around it. Looking to bring it out. Just punch it. Gee, it was a terrifically timed punch there by Armstrong. I read the situation brilliantly. Gets it out and there's a mark taken, a very strong mark taken, I have to say, by Riley Boland there, just off half back, who now looks forward down the wing. Plenty of numbers under it. The Kings have the advantage. It was a handball over the top by Rory Bailey, who's been brilliant so far this game. Now they work it into the hands of Isaac Wright, who's wrapped up in a tackle.
Gee, that could have possibly been a goal-saving tackle there.
It was Swindle who said, "You shall not pass," and now looks down the line for Matthew Smith. He's got a lot of work to do as he's outnumbered 2-1, but the ball will drop into the hands of the Kings. They look down the line, playing in front, and mark taken by Buster Todd. Now we can go forward, gives a handball receive off to the wing. Left foot kick inside 50. It's a 1v1 there. Bit of body work and well taken mark. Excellent bit of forward craft there from the likes of Jordan Nuku, who we said has had a bit of a quieter game. This is his chance to make an impact and put a stamp on this fixture, and a stamp that will hurt the Basin a lot if this one sails through.
Yeah, it didn't look like a push or anything, just used...
No, it was well, he outmanoeuvred his opponent very
Gav's
nicely.
not 100% sure.
There was a lot of hands.
No,
but I'd still give him the mark.
Good body work. We saw a similar one in the opening term, but Nuku from about 25 out, slide angle, kicks on its way. He loves it. The Kings open the scoring in the fourth term, and that pushes this game out to a 12-point margin as Nuku opens his account for the day.
Well, can they respond? Can they get the quick centre clearance and get one back? But a great start to the quarter for Upper Ferntree Gully, and great to get Nuku involved early.
Boundary.
Just gives them that nice little buffer before we go down the boundary. Jared Bentham?
Yeah, gents, that's what Chris Fletcher was talking about at three-quarter time. The entries inside forward 50, that was 2 deep entries, and they got a goal out of one of them.
Next goal, if Upper Gully get next goal, I've got a feeling that they might be able to win this contest.
Gibbons charges onto it, gets the clearance going for the Basin. Inside 50, no mark taken. Ground level. What can Swindle do? Tries to hand it on. Gibbons charges in. He just goes too low and underneath the knees. So the bit of dangerous play called by the umpire. Gibbons was just too direct going for the ball and went under the knees of his opponent and conceded the free.
You just got to show some composure here now, Upper Gully.
So the kick goes too wide and it's out of bounds on the wing. So really didn't hit up anything, that kick out of defence from Harrop.
Because it took the Basin 22 minutes to kick 3 goals in the last quarter. I'm just not sure whether they're going to have the run again to score another 3 goals.
A shepherding decision, I reckon, or is it a shallow free? It's a shallow throw in, so no ruckman can get to the ruck contest in effect, and it'll be another boundary throw in. Out of wing here of East Ringwood Reserve. Score check. 5 minutes last term. It's Upper French Gully 8-4-52 leading the Basin 6-4-40. 12-point lead. Kicking the first goal of the quarter, Upper Gully. Rucks go at it. No clear possession one from the tap down. Looks like Butler's just tiring a little bit. Allowed his opponent in Buster Todd just to get in front position. So it'll be interesting to see how this contest goes. Whether they'll get body contact going. They seem to be shy of pushing on. Good position there by Butler, but at ground level, Upper Ferntree Gully might be able to get away from it. Not Lavender's. In Lavender's opinion, he wraps up his opponent and it's a ball up. Forward of centre wing for Upper Ferntree Gully, slowly pushing forward. Vitally important that the Basin get the next goal. They win the clearance, but it just goes down the line and out of bounds, touched off the boot, says the boundary umpire, so it'll be a throw in as Upper Ferntree Gully. I don't think they'll mind slowing it down a tad.
They've got the game on their terms at the moment.
They've just got to hold the Basin from getting open, really, because we know that they rush their kicks. They're not really great inside 50 team this game, so if they can really keep a 50-50 game and keep it in tight, it actually might suit Upper Gully for 20 minutes here.
Well, the other thing too is in this type of contest, the way it is, you don't want to give the umpire a reason to give a free kick.
So it's a contest out wide. Brown's trying to muscle his way. He allows his teammate to get forward of the ball. Tackled there by Bailey.
You know what I mean, Gav, when there's so much congestion, you don't want to give the umpire a reason to split the congestion.
Well, definite, because you can really construct something from a free kick, because how it's being played at the moment, there's a lot of push and shove, and generally the push and shove results in a boundary throw-in at the moment. So we're up to about take 4 out there, and the boundary umpire is getting much more involved than we normally like. So 7 minutes gone in this final term. Upper Ferntree Gully leading by 12. Rucks will go out at Butler and Todd. Todd wins front position. Strange gets onto it, but they were really onto him, and Thomas Edwards wraps him up in the tackle. I reckon they're going to see for Strange, if he's making a run at the ball, they'll monitor that. Rucks go at it again. This time Gibbons gets it. He wheels out the back of the pack and he kicks it around the corner. Bouncing ball doesn't suit his team. The tackling, though, gets the ball going their way to Edwards. And Tom Edwards can't get it going forward. Or that time it was Swindle. So they're just trying to, momentum-wise, get it going forward, the Basin. But it's so haphazard that the next player's under a heap of pressure, even if they do. Swindle couldn't get onto it. Brown's tackle over the top can't get a free kick. Throwing himself around and even throwing the ball out of the pack was Wilson for Upper Ferntree Gully. He doesn't clear the congestion. So I've had enough. I'll hand it over to you, Chris.
So we'll have another ball up. It's on the far side wing here. It's still Upper Ferntree Gully by 12. Going to bring it out and we'll have another ball up. Not sure if I'd love or if I'd hate to see the ball up statistics today, but we'll be tied over the top of this ruck contest as we might be able to bring it out. Hold on. Mitch Brown's running a few tackles, gets it to Armstrong. We've got a bit of free-flowing footy here. Matthew Smith with ball in hand, wheels around onto his left, gets it inside forward 50. It's 1v1, Connor Edwards and McDonald in there. It's going to come out, chase down, got boot to ball, did well. Ferguson dove for the mark, couldn't quite take it. Plenty of bodies around the ball, and it's out for a boundary throw-in. So
that's what I was talking about, Brash. One bit of energy out of the contest.
Yeah.
That's what the Basin need.
Much better movement.
It was very well done from Mitch Brown. He just burst away. Rode some tackles and got away, but there's a boundary throw-in now. Fall on the forward 50 mark. Butler tried to just grab it out, couldn't quite do it all himself. Now picks it up. He's wrapped up immediately by Buster Todd.
You sort of look at Brown as their X factor there in the midfield. That might be the one that could break this game open for him.
Kobe Ferguson seems to have hurt himself from that last effort.
Yeah, he's down on his haunches. Thank you for that, Jared. As Butler taps it, it's going to come out to Edwards. Just throws it on the right boot around the corner. The kick's going to come down with snow on it. It's gone that high. TV2 underneath the foot. He got hands to it. Tap to himself. Here's Gibbons. Might have to go backwards. Footy spilled loose somehow. Play on is the call. Looking to dart inside. Just got boot to ball. Meyer wrapped up by Gibbons now. And we'll have a ball up.
Tell you what, the footy's not pretty at the moment. It's pressure.
It's not pretty, but if you're an Upper Ferntree Gully fan, it doesn't have to be pretty at this stage. As the ball up just outside the forward 50 of the Basin. Looking to repel now with the Upper Ferntree Gully Kings. They get it forward. Nuku affects the contest. McKay Bates is going to burst through. Has a handball off to his left. Plenty of time. He's got one more. Gives it off. They need a shot on goal, surely. Wheeling around it to the right boot around the corner. And it's sprayed wide. Josh Mason just couldn't steer his shot through.
It's a let off because they had numbers everywhere.
Yeah, and that pretty much would have been the game right there, I believe, as Kobe Ferguson's getting helped off the field. A bit rattled after that diving mark effort.
So depending on how that goes, the Basin might be down to one on the bench.
It's not what you want to hear at the moment from the Bears. As they'll bring the footy back into play. Chirkop's on as a replacement. Plenty fly at it. It's going to come down to Ferguson. He didn't quite have the ball. Chirkop burrowing straight into the contest. And we'll have another ball up.
It actually, even though he didn't kick the goal, it actually could turn out to be a very handy point.
It makes it a 3-kick game. That's right, Brush. As Todd gets over the top of the right contest. Chirkop wrapped up in a tackle. So we'll have yet another ball up. Just on the wide side of the centre square as this one falls into Mackay Bateson's hands and he's wrapped up immediately. Rucks will go at it, they'll cancel each other out. Tape goes the way of the Basin though, looking to bring it out now is Edwards and he did well, got it forward. Lavender was bumped after a kick, maybe a downhill free kick, but no, it's going to be a defensive free kick for the Kings. Is
that Todd?
That's Jack Harrop down.
Oh, Jack Harrop.
Jack Harrop's down. Connor Edwards tries standing over him like he was Allen Iverson, but that's a bit of sign language. You don't see that too often at the footy, but
what do you think that represented, Chris?
they're just saying,
hello, how's your family?
Just good support from the Upper Ferntree Gully guys. There was a fist pump in there. That's all I saw. But
certainly copped a decent knee to the back.
Yeah, that's all that was.
Do you reckon there'll be a fine?
We're not the AFL.
I guess it's free. You can do it at the FNL, I guess.
That should go straight to the MRO, in my opinion, Blake. That's horrible.
Now, if I'm the Basin player, I'd be making sure that he just doesn't give the easy handball off here.
Which was Nelly then.
And that's what Matthew Smith's doing just now. So Harrop back up after that collision. Looks forward. Just pumps it down the line. Plenty of bodies under it. One of those was Todd. The Basin looking to repel now. And that might hit the roof. It has hit the roof.
It's on the roof now.
It's not come down from the roof.
It's all right, Wayne Judge. Going to throw a ball out the window here.
Well, we've lost the Sharon.
You watch, here it comes. There we go.
There's +1 disposal. Well done.
Blake Turner.
One hand.
Oh, Forest Hill reserves. Eat your heart out. As now the footy sent up the line. 1 feet, 3 under there was Todd. Got hands to it. Couldn't quite grasp the mark. Edwards diving on the footy and it's wrapped up.
Premature retirement from the big ruck.
Yeah, retired at Warrandyte yesterday, so it was good to get back to the ground.
There's $145 sitting on the roof.
Not for long.
I think Judge has gone out to go get it.
Yeah. You said it's worth that much, did you?
Mate, they're not sharing.
They're not cheap, the real ones.
They are.
Something going off ball, but these little kids behind me are really eager to get on the roof.
The play goes on away from the Edwards / opponents, push and shove. in the forward line for the Basin, but it's closer to the goals for Upper Ferntree Gully. Now it's on. It's on. Someone might... there's a bit of jeopardy in this next howdy dude. As there's a bit of push and shove. The umpire's saying, I don't care for that. I'm just going to go back and ball this up.
Well done.
And the
Best way to break it up.
Correct. And now, who's going to get the next play? It's got to be tough. Brown's tough. Couldn't break the... He leaves his friend in Cherkop to pick it up. He kicks a ball down the wing. But again, Harrop, great courage. He took a hard knock, but he keeps standing up. And he takes the kick backwards. Finds his teammate in McDonald. McDonald goes short. Whistle quicker than the mark got dropped. Now it's play on. But quick to play on was McDonald. He assessed all danger. And his kick's been chopped off. More to come for the defenders. Was that a late in and under? Was he allowed the defender? The mark, no. It's a mark to Upton. Upton's got an inboard. And he finds Smith. So of all the play, the Upper Ferntree Gully mucked it up, trying to do a transition, kicking outside, the turnover ball, pass inside 50, mark to Upton, short pass because Smith was standing on his own 40 metres out, directly in front. And from all this calamity and the dilemmas of all the jeopardy in every contest, there is now...
Must kick goal this.
It is
a must kick goal.
13-point margin. 15 minutes, final term in this elimination final. Is there life for the Basin? Yes, there is. The Bears close it to 7. There's still a game on here at East Ringwood Reserve. Upper Gully 8-5-53 have got their margin cut to 7. The Basin 7-4-46. And Matthew Smith's second goal, vitally important for the Bears' lifeline.
Oh, certainly right. They were able to force a turnover, get it back inside 50, and Upton was... pretty quick to spot Smith in the corridor, and that's a great finish, and still alive, 7 points, and there's plenty of time left on the clock.
We've been blessed with a good game so here out at East Ringwood Reserve in the Division 3 elimination final. 7-4-46 the Basin plays 8-5-53 Upper Ferntree Gully, so it's the Kings by 7. Big tackle in the contest, just going through like a raging bull was Lucas Gibbons at the back of the pack, and playing in front is Connor Edwards. Well, it's been Edwards versus McDonald's all day. Edwards versus McDonald, I should say, and that's Brock McDonald. And Edwards wins this one, but he has still yet to kick it.
But at least you know, Chris, that he's more than capable of kicking the distance here.
So the man on the mark is about 20 metres to goal. Edwards is about 30 metres from the man on the mark for this kick. But it's a very, very slight angle. So here's Edwards to make it a 1-point game.
Oh, he's
pulled it.
There's that 1 point.
He's pulled the kick. Gee, maybe he was thinking of what his celebration or what his sign language to the Upper Ferntree Gully dugout was going to be before he made connection.
Well,
because he pulled that one wide.
That would have been interesting, but back to 6 points, so let's see what they can lock it in.
Sometimes I reckon if you put all your energy in being the tough guy, you forget what you're there for, kicking the goal.
Brock McDonald breathed a sigh of relief there, but he would shoot the ball down the line. Travis Strange is there just on the edge of defensive 50. 17 gone in this fourth term. There's one kick in at 6 points. Strange assessing his options, looks down the line. 1v1 with Buster Todd, and Aidan Butler, who got out the back, is more than happy to just see it over the line, was Bailey Siswerda.
And for a side who's had 2 down on rotations, potentially 3 now, they've had all the run.
Yeah, they have.
And you wouldn't pick it, would you?
It hasn't dropped off.
You wouldn't pick it at all as the boundary throwing resumes play.
Just a quick score update. Knox 10-8-68 to scores before 8:32.
Oh, that game's over.
As Cherkop sends it forward. 1v1 in the goal square. Those two again. Edwards, McDonald is going to get there. Oh, and it's rushed through brilliantly. Great effort there from Jacob Bateson. That's excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, it is a very handy point.
But goal-saving smother there just to get a hand to it. Diving touch. Bit of Nick Maxwell 2010.
Between you and me, Blake, my dream is a match-winning point. But anyway, here we go. It's kicked out from the centre square, for the goal square. It's out the back of the pack, thrown on the boot by Bailey McDonald. It's gone forward. Mark taken by Jaron Stevenson. He's been sent forward as he swaps roles with Buster Todd. Looks down the line. It's a 1v2. Asked a lot of his teammate, but he's fallen on the footy. Nuku's there. Now he gets it. Sends it around the corner. Letting up and playing in front. He's a teammate and he finds him in Ryan Archer, who takes the mark and will more likely take 30 seconds off this clock very happily.
The one thing I've noticed what the Basin have been able to do, is they've taken the corridor away from Upper Gully and forced them wide for very much of the second half.
And even when they've been wide, the Basin have had the numbers, but on that occasion it was the Kings that won out. So here is Ryan Archer kicking from about 20, 25 metres out on a tight angle. 2 steps in for the boundary line on the right foot. He's pulled it across the face. And is it a score? It is. So it's a behind. Again, a handy behind there.
Was it really a behind?
I reckon the goal umpires understand what's on the line here. They understand the script. So 7-6-48 plays 8-6-54. We're back to a 6-point margin in favour of Upper Ferntree Gully.
Exciting game here as we approach time on in this final quarter of the elimination final. Long ball to the middle, out the back. Brown, can he burst out? Had to take on the tackler, hands it off. He thought he handed it off quick enough, but the tackle's been rewarded to Basin. And Brown, he had West on as well in the end, but it's not to be. Upper Gully, another mark kick option out wide. They're just settling on the outer wing, looking for options. Long ball inside 50. Who's going to mark it? Nuku's late to the contest. Ground level ball picked off by Catalano. He goes short. Good find there to his teammate. Sorry, they lavendered Edwards. Tom Edwards. Now he's trying to find a player in the corridor, but it's been chopped off. So here go Upper Gully again. Long ball. Who's going to mark it? Defence is there. Back of the pack. No, doesn't fall the way of Brodie Wilson, who's kicked 3. And if he kicked the 4th,
point though.
It's a 7-point margin the way of Upper Ferntree Gully. Vital point as we tick through time on. 8-7-55. Upper Ferntree Gully leading the Basin 7-6-48. The Basin have got it through the runner in Scott. Scott goes out wide and long. Maybe a push in the marking contest, not seen. So the numbers were with Upper Gully. Stranger's got it. He's quick to kick and he finds it. Even tired and with lethargy on one step, he still finds his teammate. And Bailey's got it. Outer wing, Nuku underneath it. Spoil comes in. The Basin trying to get their hands on it, but this is a bit of time in hand for Upper Ferntree Gully. And having it in their hand, time is on their side.
Well, the Basin don't want to turn this into a stoppage battle where time will just keep ticking.
So the Rucks go at it. Will the taller Butler win it decisively? Brown wins it, but his kick was smothered by Bailey. Now was that holding the ball too long with it, and penalised was Mason, so it'll go the way of the Basin. Now they go, but another chopped off mark and the intercept again by Harrop. He stood it tall all day.
It's almost like both sides have got to take risks, otherwise they're not going to win the game now.
The Basin can't go to the flanks. They've got to go down the middle.
And that's where if you're forced to take the corridor, then that's the big chance of a turnover.
So Mackay Bateson just sent the kick forward. It's found its way to Jordan Nuku at the back of the pack, and it's out of bounds. So they'll take that, a bit of territory and a bit of time off the clock.
Well, that's right, Brash. You'd rather lose a game by 3 goals than lose by 1 and not take the chance. Just going to have to take some risks.
Well, actually, the space is actually in the middle.
That's right, but neither side want to own it, Gav.
Yeah.
Rucks will go at it. It's Todd versus Butler in there. They'll cancel each other out as the ball makes its way to the boundary line. The Basin desperate to keep it in, but have to turn tackler as it's made its way over the line for a boundary throw-in.
Well, Upper Gully are happy to let that stay on the far side and just...
Yeah. It's a wrestling match with a ball in the middle.
Yeah. I reckon there's got to be at least 27, 28 minutes in this game.
Throw in again. Rucks cancel each other out. Mackay Bateson wins the clearance, gets a forwards, looking for Nuku, couldn't quite get it there. Plenty of bodies around the footy. Wilson got a handball off, was looking for the last goal scorer in Ryan Archer, couldn't quite get it to him.
Because we've had so many stoppages in this quarter and not so many goals.
So we'll have another boundary throw in the forward pocket. Rucks will go out. It's Jaron Stevenson in there this time for Upper Ferntree Gully. Footy dropped into Bateson's hands. Mackay Bateson that was, but he was wrapped up immediately.
You can almost sense there's a sense of theatre here in there.
Rucks will go at it. Footy hits the deck. Wheeling away was Wilson. Brodie Wilson gets away for 1. Gets away for 2. Wilson, and it's across the face. Nuku there. Did he take the mark in play? It's been paid. He was still in play by maybe a few blades of grass as Nuku kept the play alive. And he'll be kicking from the most impossible of angles here.
Don't say impossible, he'll dob it now.
Almost dead in line, handballs it off, gets it to a teammate in McDonald, left foot, it's good! Gives a bit of a send-off to the Basin dugout. And the Kings pull out to a 13-point lead.
Jeez.
but to be honest with you, how could you let McDonald just stand there? Right, you knew they were going to telegraph that, but they didn't have anyone on the at the contest.
Interesting celebration.
Yeah, I saw that one.
We'll ignore that one. But you're right, though. The amount of space, the amount of time that they had to put someone on him then.
There should have been a Basin player on him and forced Nuku to shoot for goal, rather than just give McDonald 5 metre space and plenty of time to kick the goal.
Well, Chris, you said it right. It was the impossible kick, and Nuku knew it, so he handed it off. Smart play by the big forward. And
I wanted to see a check side.
Yeah,
bit of a tune-na-na.
I wanted, just to see what he could do. But the Basin are regretting not manning up. Here go up at Gully again. Long ball, bouncy ball to Nuku. He'll be happy to see it over the line. He knows ball out of play means time off the clock. And with 13-point margin at the 25 minutes gone, it's looking pretty full on for the Basin.
Well, Ryan, your tip of 9 goals to 7 winning the game looks like it might be coming true.
It's right on the money.
Throw in. Rucks go at it. Ground level ball bouncing around. The Basin, they need to not muck around. They're going straight down the middle. Pushing off nicely was Edwards. Gives it off to the runner. Upton goes long. Goal square at his mercy. Bouncing ball. Only a Basin player trailing. It's gone through anyway. Upton kicks the goal from 50. Is there life? Is there time? 7 points the margin. 26 minutes gone in this fourth quarter. Upton's goal means it's a 7-point game. 8-6-54 the Basin, trailing up at Ferntree at 9-7-61.
That's what they had to do, take the game on, go through the corridor, take some risks. They've got to take more risks. I mean, the time is still going to be against them. But, I mean, you get a score and it's back to 6 points and you're still alive.
Where's the timekeepers? We need to know.
Yeah, good question.
Well, it starts with this centre bounce here.
Right behind us.
Yeah, well, what did I say?
No, they're in the next building.
27-28, I said. Minutes.
So I think Blake's score was 28-29, so we'll see. We're at 26-15 as it stands. Ball is up and we're back underway. Stevenson, Butler both cancel each other out. Stevenson turns tackler now. It was good pressure there. So they're looking to lock the ball in here. The Kings, it's going to come out. It's in the hands of Nicholson, who's wrapped up straight away. So we've only moved about 3 metres to the left of your screen. As Stevenson and Butler go out at once more. This time it's Stevenson winning the tab. Jay calls for a high free kick. Umpire said nothing doing. Comes through as there's plenty of bodies around the pack. There's McDonald, gives a handball off, gets it back now, looks forward. 1v1 contest. Good body work by Nuku. Ball find the boundary line. Maybe 70 metres out from the Kings uprights. It's exactly where they want it.
Upper Ferntree Gully starting to get on top of the clearances. I just think it might be that run in the legs as well with the Basin down a few rotations.
Sorry as well. I think there's about a minute left to go. Our great man, Wayne Judge, just told us.
So start your timers now. There's 27-11 on the clock. 61-54 on the scoreboard as the Basin bring it out. It was well done. Leaning at the front was Connor Edwards. He's got to turn and go, but it's only white shirts closest to goal. He does the right thing, squares it to Lavender. Lavender, does he look for a handball? Instead chips it a bit wider, finds a teammate, and well done at that. So a chance now. Ball's in the hands of Lachlan Burrows.
Can't take too long here,
but does need to score.
Will go straight away. The kick will be from about 50 out, 45-degree angle. Here's Burrows for a big ending. What would be here? It's on its way! It's through! There's a pulse. There's a pulse. We're down to 1 point in it here in the Division 3 elimination final.
So I reckon it's either 30 seconds or a minute to go, one of them.
How big has Edwards been taking marks?
He's been big in this last quarter. 9-7-61, 9-6-60. How long's left?
Oh, the Basin, despite being down those rotations, just a bit of run and gun now. And gee, let's have a look at this centre stoppage now.
What about if he bounces the ball, throws the ball up, and then the siren does go?
I want to see a behind before we end this game. Let's go to extra time. Never seen that before. It might be the Kings who come out with it. Strange looking to burst through. Wrapped up in a tackle. Umpire calls for it in the centre circle. We're down to 28-37, 28-38.
You can see the whole half forward line of Upper Ferntree Gully have come up to contest.
Ball is up, one out. Mackay Basin has it. Almost pulled his opponent's arm in to force him to tackle him. I don't think they wanted to tackle him there, but we're back in the centre circle with another ball up.
Look for Brown to try to get out of the middle.
Mitch Brown matched up on Mackay Basin at the moment. It's at the back and it's done. Upper Ferntree Gully, hold on. 9-7-61, triumphant in this Division 3 elimination final over the Basin, 9-6-60. The Kings book their spot in next week's semi-final.
Oh, what a game, what a finish, and you know, credit to both sides. The Basin never gave up, and down rotations, they fought this one out, but Upper Ferntree Gully probably go back to that, even that second quarter where they had that 10 minutes of really good footy where they broke the game open with a few goals.
Yep.
Maybe the difference between the ends in the two sides, but fantastic finals footy is probably what we sort of expected.
Yep.
It's their first close victory for the year as well for the Kings. Having so many close losses, they could have been in a qualifying final today.
Yep.
They were only one win away, and they've lost to the top two sides by less than a goal in recent history. So the fact that they will now match up with those sort of sides again, Scoresby, if they lost today, will be wary of dropping straight out because let's go Boundaries for some great interviews with the victors.
Just down here with Rory Bailey and Jack Harrop, the stars of the Upper Gully Footy Club today. I'm going to start with you, Rory, captain of this club. You know, it's been a long time coming for this club to finally win a final since 2018, I believe, or around that mark. How does it feel to lead this club, mate?
Yeah, it's really good. You know, obviously there's so many people behind the scenes that have done so much over the last 7 years since we haven't played finals footy. And you know, we didn't have club winners for 2 years. We came down 2 divisions. We've got a new coach in Chris Fletcher. And he's turned the joint around. We've got Big Horse down back now, and it's super. It's so good to see so many people happy back around the club. So yeah, really good.
Question I want to ask, I think you'll be playing against Knox next week. Had a big win today against Scoresby. What are you going to take into next week against a Knox team?
No, it'll be Scoresby then.
Oh, Scoresby?
Yeah, because the losers end up going
you'll be playing
into the
Scoresby
semis.
next
Yeah,
week
he's
because
playing
Knox
Scoresby.
win. So what are you going to think about taking on Scoresby next week?
Yeah, I think it's another good challenge. We get out onto Ringwood as well, which is nice. So big ground. We shape the ground really well, and I think our speed will go a long way into beating them. So yeah.
Jack, it was a classic finals sort of match. A lot of pressure around the stoppages. Very scrappy sort of a game, and the defensive work was obviously very important. How did you see it from your perspective?
I think it was just. That third quarter, we really.
Not the phone.
Might have to get Jared to move a bit.
Like, we just had a pretty average third
Swap
quarter.
microphones.
And, just had to stick it out in that fourth quarter and fight and work our ass off. So yeah.
And it meant a lot to get that final.
Yeah, well, it was my first year at the club here, and it's been awesome all year. So I'm super keen, super confident going into next week too.
Enjoy.
Thanks to Blake and Jared. Jared, just a note, your microphone isn't working, so great work by Blake to hold the microphone up to
I didn't quite catch that. Sorry.
to Jack Harrop. And Harrop took some great
I think
marks.
I heard it was his birthday.
It was his birthday, hooked to horse, and he'll be galloping along quite nicely now.
Yeah, well, go back to that mark as well, where he copped one in the back. Courageous to go back, knowing that someone's coming in from behind to be able to have that. Couple of big moments from him as well in that last quarter. And Rory Bailey too, the skipper of the side, has had a fantastic year, was really solid all afternoon, very, very composed with the footy, and a great win for Upper Ferntree Gully. And hopefully next week they will be able to wear their normal strip, I would imagine. It does not clash with Scoresby's jumper, so
we're only getting used to the numbers today.
I know, well, yeah, if we do that game next week, we've got to flip the entire
numbers again.
But credit to Upper Ferntree Gully, because it's been a long time since they've played finals footy. It's been a long time since they've won a final, and they are a side that I think will scare a few teams above them in the next few weeks if they can keep this run going.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And we have to also say a quick word to the Basin. I mean, 0-18 last season, completely winless in 2024, and coming down a new division in Division 3. You know, a lot of the talk around the Basin pre-season was that, you know, they just try and solidify first and kind of see where this season takes them. But, you know, 11 wins on the season to make finals, I'm sure would be seen as a pass mark for 2025 as they can continue to build to 2026. As we can see, the upper Ferntree Gully players and fans and all the faithful down there going into the rooms. We might be able to get the song coming through the mic there, but that, I don't know how East Ringwood Reserve is in terms of that lead, but we might get it coming through. We may not. It depends. But
interesting.
Wait and see.
when you have a look at the score lines, Upper Gully kicked 6 goals to 3 in the first half, and then in the second half, the Basin kicked 6 goals to 3, and only the point difference in the end. So it just shows you both sides, technically speaking, won a half of football. And the Upper Gully ended up winning one by a point.
You know what was huge? The goal line at half-time by Wilson. Yeah. It was a wobbler, but it went through the middle, and it got him a 18-point advantage at half-time. I mean, they were holding on for dear life. With all the inside 50s, if we go through the stats, you'll probably be asking us, so who did you say won? Because the stats would suggest that the Basin had more looks at goal, more inside 50s, probably should have scored more.
Yep.
And they did everything well that Upper Ferntree Gully hate is holding them up, holding them down. They did everything really well today. But Upper Gully, just when they found a gear, every now and again they could break free and get open and have a good look at goal.
Even I go back to that third quarter right on the siren. That was Travis Strange's goal before it went back to the bounce, and then the three-quarter time siren. They had full momentum at that stage. They needed something up at Ferntree Gully. And Travis Strange, who probably was a little bit more quiet in the third quarter because they were watching him after the first half, letting him run free. And he gets out the front, gets goal side of Boland, and is able to put that one through. A fantastic finish on a difficult angle. Yeah. I felt like that may be a bit of a momentum shifter as well at the right time.
Actually, believe it or not,
other Ferntree Gully side.
You're right, because when Ray Baird left him, he said to me, he goes, I reckon that goal of Strange could be the match, will be the match winner, and and he was right. In the end, he was right.
Yep. Not often we say that. But
that is very rare.
Yeah, it's very peculiar. But we couldn't get that in the call today, unfortunately. But Strange had some great moments. Brodie Wilson kicking. Let's go through the goal kickers before we get the...
I've got them here if you like.
Yeah, go for it.
I got 3. Let's go for the winners. Brodie Wilson with 3. 2 to Byron McDonald and singles to Strange, Nuku, Bailey and Todd. Whilst for the Basin... 2 to Schmidt, 2 to Connor Edwards, 2 to Harry Upton, and singles to Lachlan Burrows, Boland and West.
Yeah, does it? So, Lee, I don't reckon we're getting the song because it's already done and dusted, you reckon?
Well, our guys are both up here anyway.
Well, we're not getting this.
I was in there for it. I was holding the mic for the song.
It wasn't going to work. There's a lot of concrete there now, isn't there?
Too much concrete, yeah.
And there might have been a few expletives as well, Jared?
Not too much, actually. No, I think they were... A lot of Gatorade flying around, but...
Okay. Do you think they were more relieved or jubilant or 50-50? What's the mix of... excitement, enthusiasm for the victory versus a bit of relief that they hold on?
Yeah, enthusiastic, like very up and about. I think maybe there would have been some relief in there just given the scoreline, but honestly, they were pumped. Yeah, they were really pumped.
No, just back as well. Just hearing Rory Bailey, just club captain of this footy club, and he's had to go on through a lot, boys. They've obviously been relegated, of course, a couple of years ago now. So this is a double relegation, for Upper Gully. So in first final series since I think their grand final.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a long time. We might go to a break, Lee, and then we're going to jump back into close things out. Of course, the game at Jubilee Park and have a couple more discussions to play out. But we'll go to a break now, and Upper Ferntree Gully are through to the semi-final, defeating Basin today here at East Ringwood Reserve in the elimination final, 9-7-61 to 9660.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
A great EFNL game day elimination final for Division 3. Upper Ferntree Gully triumphant in the end, 9-7-61, defeating the Basin 9-6-60. They progress to a semi-final against Scoresby, who will get confirmation of final scores, but it looks like Knox are going to get up in that qualifying final, and they will meet Don Vale next week. What a great game we've had. We had some interviews with the players from Upper Ferntree Gully, but we haven't really gone into forensics on this game. If we can get some stats first, and then we'll get the special commentator team just to go through and review this game all up.
Yeah, so in this game, the clearances 33-20 in favour of the Basin. Inside 50 marks 8-5 in favour of the Basin. Intercept marks 13-7 in favour of Upper Ferntree Gully. Tackles 51-45 in favour of Upper Ferntree Gully. Inside 50s 45-27 in favour of the Basin, and free kicks 19-11 in favour of Upper Ferntree Gully.
Geez, the stats read like if it was just a game of territory, the Basin win today.
Yes, they do, and like I said, Gav, as you well know, we've watched this game for many, many years, and sometimes the stats actually don't justify the winning side, does it?
The intercept marks is probably key. Having players like Harrop, taking marks when it mattered. The times they held them up and created dirty balls out of the contest. I don't think Upper Gully ever had too many. Hang on, let's start that sentence again. They didn't have too many clean entries inside 50s. No. And even when they did, it wasn't deep or incisive.
No, and I think also too, I think it really wasn't a game this afternoon for the centre half forwards, really. neither one of the key centre-half forwards really had much of an influence on the contest. I had Edwards playing at full forward, Connor Edwards, more than centre-half forward. He was probably the more dangerous forward out of both the sides. It looked like that he could take the game by the scruff of the neck, but even he wasn't. If the ball doesn't come down to you, you're not going to be able to influence the contest, Gav. I just thought, look, I also, interestingly enough, I also thought that throughout the game this afternoon, I thought both sides really didn't want to take ownership of the corridor. I think it was more risk aversion, where they were looking to the sanctity of the boundary line, and that's how the majority of the play, I thought, was played this afternoon. It was played around the ground, not through the middle of the ground. What do you think?
Yeah, well, you looked at that last quarter when they did take the game on the base, and it did work out for them. That kick through the corridor, that got them within 7 points, and then they sort of took it on at different stages, but it wasn't one of those games where, and Upper Gully the same, and probably Upper Gully didn't need to because they had control and they had the lead for so long, that they were happy with probably a more stoppage-heavy final quarter. So it was one of those ones where as soon as it did happen, you've got, like, sometimes you've just got to take that risk, and when it did, it actually worked out for the Bears.
Well, sometimes if you can't trust your skills, just trust that you can just push through.
Yeah.
Create something by running. Create something
correct.
by being an option. And I think up at Ferntree Gully, they trust their backmen to be steady and composed.
Yeah.
And they always want to do a switch, which allowed the Basin to set up behind the ball a bit. And the only times that Upper Ferntree Gully seemed like they were getting on top is when they decided to take that risk, do a diagonal pass in the middle, find a guy open, because funny enough, the guy that was open was standing in the centre of the field. And if there was a clean possession, that's when they look good.
Yeah, correct. I agree. And then I'd have to really credit, particularly in that last quarter, Jack Harrop and guys like Rory Bailey down back. They had some big moments too, because the Basin certainly were pushing, and there was a couple of big marks. Again, that one with Edwards coming in the back. That takes a bit of courage to be able to stand there and hold that footy when you know you've got someone coming full steam ahead of you. So it was one of those games where it did feel like Upper Gully, it did feel like the Basin had their chances, but in saying that, I'd say patches of the game Upper Gully felt like they were still in control, without maybe putting it on the scoreboard as such.
How the boundary riders see that game from the boundary side? Well, I mean, we had a better view, obviously, but what was it like on ground level, the way that the game was played out?
Well, a lot of the play was on the outer side for certain, but when it came over to our side, you could really feel the pressure around the stoppages. The Basin were wearing their opponents very closely. I just don't think it necessarily benefited them to do that when they had a lead to try and bring back. I think in that last quarter they probably should have moved away from that sort of, and they did a little bit, that sort of close pressure amongst the clearances, just to open the game up a little bit and give them some more chances. I think that may have been where they lost it.
What do you think, Blake?
I thought Upper Gully, to be honest, I thought they had control of the game right until about half time. That's when I thought the damage was already done and the win was going to go to Upper Gully's way. I think Byron McDonald was really rock solid. I thought kicking those two crucial goals for Upper Gully and kicked the seal off. So, but they'll be up against it next week against a Scoresby side. They'll be up and about for that. Sorry about that one. I'm still not in my finals mood yet, and saying that Knox were in playing against them. But no, I think that game will be a really good game, especially at Jubilee Park, a big wider ground.
Well, I think Upper Ferntree Gully have worried Scoresby at times this season. They've said that at the club that they, not that they don't want to play them, but that they would, I think, trouble a side like Scoresby. They seem to match up okay against them.
They were up by 40 points last week. I'm
they
pretty sure
were
too against Scoresby, and Scoresby just ran over the top of them. So that game will be a cracker as well. So looking forward to that one, and pretty happy with how things up is going at the moment.
Look, I know the Basin obviously Look, at the start of the season, coming down from the Division 2 into Division 3, it's a bit of a kick in the teeth. And, you know, they didn't win a game last year, and obviously the mood around the club wouldn't have been great. But I think at the end of the day tonight, when they sit in the club rooms and do some reflection, I think they can be pretty proud of what they've actually achieved, because
big time.
In essence, there were probably some better credentialed sides sitting outside the five that could have easily made it, Gav.
And to be honest with you, I think the Basin had a few guys that hardly did anything today. And so the fact that they can improve is get a bit of more depth in their lineup, probably get some runners into their lineup, get some more gun running. Like, there were some players, I don't want to go into naming them, but I just feel like they weren't there today.
Do you think, though, also too, maybe the fact that in the end they were those two players short, which really robbed them of rotation at the crucial times as well?
Yeah, but in saying that, I felt like their run, you know, when that happens, usually you can see a side really fall apart. Their run never really dropped off in that last half. That they were, you know, and that's credit to them. And I thought guys like Mitch Brown, when they needed just a bit of a spark through the midfield, needed a really, you know, a timely clearance. He was the guy to get them going. And then Edwards up forward. Yep. I know we were sort of making, you know, a bit of a mockery of him with the little signal to the upper gully bench, but he had a massive last quarter, as you mentioned, Gav.
It did fire himself up.
Yeah,
I'm glad that it did, because at the time I was like, are you killing your own game here by distracting yourself? And he probably had a moment where he probably said to himself, why am I gesticulating to the bench of Upper Ferntree Gully? Why don't I just get on with the game?
And after that had a couple of big, you know, contested marks. And look, it's one of those games where it could have gone either way. And they've got to be very, very happy with the way their season has gone, despite this not being the result they wanted. And I don't think a lot of us actually thought they would win today. No. So we've continuously, you know, underestimated them, and when we've done that, and they've proven us wrong on quite a few times. And they certainly didn't lose any admirers today.
No, definitely.
Just on those rotations that they did go down, of course, the attrition, you know, and being down rotations and the fitness levels suffering from that is one thing. But the people as well that they lost, especially Ethan Power and Kobe Ferguson also... Kobe Ferguson also, just such important players. I think specifically in this game, a player like Ferguson as a lively small forward who brought a lot of energy to the game and, you know, did a few really good things throughout. When the inside 50s aren't particularly clean, they're not being marked, it's coming to ground level. Ferguson's your type of player who can just provide that opportunistic goal and, you know, score it that way.
Ryan, what was the final score? We might spend maybe a couple of minutes on the Scoresby Knox game.
So the final score from Jubilee, Knox 13-9-87 to Scoresby 5-11-41.
So that's a big win, really, for Knox.
That's a big surprise.
And the fact is that Jared and Chris and I, when we were talking about Knox in pre-match, it was the fact that they've been struggling to put their best side on the park all year, and you know, and injuries have really curtailed their consistency, I thought, throughout the season. But look, today obviously was, and they've also lost Gavin Pears as well, and he looks like he'll be a big out for them next week. But it almost seems like that Knox probably called on Gav all their finals experience today, and I think that, and I really thought that might have come to the fore today.
What worries you about Scoresby is that they were thrashed in a half by Upper Ferntree Gully. It's great you have a comeback win, but it sort of covers up something that's not going right.
And even if you go back the week prior, the game we were out at, Donvale Scoresby, they gave up. They were 40 points down before they came back and won that one as well. So, yeah, there's probably just a couple of question marks now going forward, and it's going to be very tough. And and that's why you get the double chance, because you can make that error.
Give the best chance possible.
Yeah, that's right. But it is going to now take 3 wins in a row to get there. So, look, or to win it all.
And
so
the fact is,
it's a challenge,
and it is very hard to regroup I mean, look, if they had gone down by a goal, they probably thought, it could have gone either way. But they've been comprehensively beaten. So now they're going to have to find something within, and maybe Craig McKenzie's going to have to maybe just have a quick look at the drawing board.
Well, it was a 10-goal second half domination to 2 goals
Yeah, well, that
in
says
that
something.
game. So that pretty much sums up where Knox kind of won the game. And, 5 goals, we haven't quite seen that from Scoresby in a long time, I reckon.
Sometimes
Can't remember the last time they've scored 5 goals.
Sometimes when your side's been up for such a long time, you hit the finals and in really good form, and then all of a sudden you come up against a side that on the day has just completely outplayed you, and you don't know how to react to it.
And Knox was searching for that form as well.
They have been. You're right, Jared. They've been searching all year for that form. And, look, I know we place great emphasis on, the ladder positions and, getting that double chance. And, yes, the double chance is important. But sometimes if a side's got momentum heading into the finals, who finished third or fourth, they can actually run themselves into a good form, Gav.
Sometimes the head-to-heads belie.
Exactly.
The matchups are different. And winter plays tricks with the ladder as well. Some teams are winning games, 5 goals apiece. We see how up at Ferntree Gully losing so many close ones cost them a double chance. One thing I just wanted to bring up is, and I can't talk in facts, is that I've seen a couple of times when a champion of the club breaks a leg in the game, emotionally the teammates go to water. But this time Knox seems like it went the opposite way. It might have been galvanising. It might have created an emotional up for them to go, all right, we don't have our champ, teammate.
Yeah.
Let's go and win this for him and try harder with what we've got.
And sometimes you're right, Gav, because it is because sometimes it's like coming into a game, right, when the opposition have got something right that they need, whereas the other side, if they're just off that little 5% or something like you've just mentioned happens throughout the contest, and the club can't rise to that intensity because of what's going through the other opposite, the mindset of the side that's doing the uplifting of their minds. And I think sometimes that can be very hard to become very insurmountable and overcome. And it's like once a side senses that they've got a side on a rope, they do tend to really push home the advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the great wins for Knox, I think, without looking at it.
Yeah, and then they get to challenge themselves against Donvale next week and probably go in with a bit of house money into that game. And then the interesting one is the elimination final winner and the semi or the qualifying final loser, because, and we do this in the AFL so many times, we fall out of love with the qualifying final loser, fall in love with the elimination final. We might get to next week and Scoresby might go bang pretty early and send quite a big message. So that's going to be fascinating to see how that all plays out. But
if this was round 18, not a semi-final, who would you say would win this game? Because say one wins, one loses, we always get heads muddled by it.
I'd still say Scoresby, even after watching today's game. I'm still got a lot of hope that for Scoresby's sake that they've got the talent, the list, and the coaching staff. I think is really solid. I think they've got the pieces together to make a final.
I don't think I've seen Scoresby kick 5 goals in, as I've mentioned. So they'll be up and about Scoresby for next week. They'll be a Saturday, would it be, Ryan, for that one?
I believe there'll be a Sunday.
Okay, Sunday.
Ryan, whilst we've got probably 2 or 3 minutes left, you want to just quickly run through the final setup for next week?
Yes, we can go with that. Of course, Premier Division, still another week to play, so we'll leave that to the podcast on Friday where we'll discuss that one. But in terms of the season, we'll just get this up on Division 1. Now, yesterday's...
I've got that one. So I think it's Park Orchards Beaconsfield for that first final as well.
Saturday at Eastfield Reserve.
and then I think the Sunday's Boronia and North Ringwood.
Correct, at Kilsyth. So that game, so we've got 2 venues there for Division 1 next week. In Division 2, all at Mitcham. On Saturday, Wantirna South and Surrey Park in the qualifying final. On Sunday, Mulgrave take on Heathmont in the elimination final. Those 2 sides met in the final a couple of years ago, so it'll be fascinating to see how those 2 match up. Of course, in this division, as we mentioned, next week, Donvale Knox, that'll be the Saturday game at Jubilee. Scoresby up at Ferntree Gully on Sunday at Jubilee. Another interesting one there. And moving into Division 4, we were breaking down this results yesterday. But as we said, Churnside Park will play Whitehorse in the qualifying final back here at East Ringwood Reserve. And then on the Sunday, Warrandyte take on Kilsyth, same venue out at East Ringwood Reserve.
First time in 10 years that they've played each other, I think, in a final. So, and Warrandyte won that premiership in 2015. So that's big.
Yeah, and be fascinating to see because we certainly saw Warrandyte at their best in that second quarter, what they can do to a side. And then Kilsyth had to come from behind just to make it.
So we don't have any finals at Beaconsfield to the following week, is that
No,
right?
Beaconsfield will only be Premier Division, so that will be the following Saturday.
Week. Yep.
And that will be, we know that final, that will be East Ringwood Baldwin because those 2 sides cannot move.
Yep. So, I mean, look, ladies and gentlemen, we've had it's been a great day, actually. For, you always hope when you hit into a final series, gentlemen, that you're going to get a game that, sets the tone for a final series. And today I think we got it. And, there's plenty of great games now left for decision. And, it's our big month of football here for the media team and for the competition and our competition, which is the best the best league in Metropolitan League in Victoria. And I think the results in the games always show that out. So I'm thinking that we'll be all ready to do it again next weekend, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to get stuck into it.
Well, I reckon it's time for us to hit the frog and toad and then.
Who wants to close us out?
You can close us out.
Gav, come on.
Oh, well, I'll just say...
Under the bus
Blake.
you go.
All right. First of all, I'll go Blake and Jared. Well done on the boundary line today.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Good
much.
to be here.
Also, that little grab you took when the hand passed.
Yeah, he's reconsidering that retirement.
No, I'm done, Lee. I'm sorry. 2 games was enough. It
was one-hander though, mate. Come on.
Well, I had to control the mic. So anyway, got a few more thank yous quickly.
And also Paul Uconi in the stats and around the grounds. Brilliant job as always.
Thank you.
Brilliant there. And our special commentators did a wonderful job. What a great game to be so insightful on. We thank Ryan Long and Wayne Brasher.
Thank you, Gav.
And great commentary today from Chris Cordis. It's you did really well, mate. It was it was hard at times, but we battled through the grind and there were some great highlights.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me, and pleasure to be here.
And LKLM Media, thanks again, Lee, and your team.
Thank you very much. Yes.
And this time I'll thank Meg. For
yes.
she's gone. She wasn't waiting for me to say.
No, she wasn't waiting.
Yeah, but her camera work is
fantastic.
Brilliant. So I do have to say that. So thank you again. You make our life easier. Thank you from myself, Gavin Casey. I will see you again on a Sunday, but there's more EFNL on Saturday. We're revving up for finals. What a great elimination final. Congratulations to Upper Ferntree Gully defeating the Basin by only a point, 61-60. They progress on to next week.